she just laptop closed.
Mine up yet. I'm just doing a mic check. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1, 2.
All right, everybody, thank you for being here. We'll get started here in about 4 minutes, okay? We'll go live in 4. We are going to be live streaming. We are going to be recording. So the live stream is set to literally go live within the embed. We embedded this stream on our website. So it goes live in 4 minutes. Ruby's going to do a quick sound check, I think, before we get started, but I just kind of wanted to give you a 4-minute warning, okay? Thanks for being here.
One, two, three.
Testing, testing. 1, 2. Okay. Appreciate you.
All right, I've got 1 o'clock. Let's go ahead and get started. I think we might, are we going to leave the lights up like this? Or are we, is there, yeah. Are you all okay with leaving them the way they are? Okay, yeah, it's, if you want to lower them maybe just a little bit, maybe not too much, but maybe just a smidge. All right, we got a lot of people coming in, and we will over the next couple of hours. So I do want to go ahead and get us started. I'm going to start with a little bit of housekeeping stuff, as we always do, just to kind of get you settled in, make sure you know where everything is, and you understand how kind of things work. We want to make you feel at home. By the way, thank you for being here. Anyone that's attended an All Things Open before, you know that I will thank you many, many times before you leave. And again, most people have heard me say this before, it's because we don't take your time for granted. Certainly as I've gotten older, I have realized more and more and more how precious time is, and how, again, it's the same for everyone and we only have a limited amount of it. So I have started to really value that time more. I think COVID helped me with that too. I think it really kind of made me zero in, on what is really important. So time is something that will never get back. So the fact that you've chosen to spend your time with us really means a lot. It means a lot to me personally and our entire team, but we're really thrilled that you're here. So I do sincerely want to thank you. We are live streaming today. I think the stream has already gone live. Not sure how many people are tuning in, but I'm sure much like the in-person event, more people will join throughout the day as the day moves on and as the day progresses. So it's great to have everybody that's watching the live stream at home, quote unquote. This is the Inclusion and Diversity event, obviously. That's why you're here. This is a topic that is very important to us. Those of you that have attended All Things Open events in the past, you're aware of that. So important that we dedicated a standalone event to it starting about 6 years ago. This is our 6th year doing this particular event. We've got a great MC this year for you. I think our speaker lineup is great, but we do think it's super important. When I got started in tech many, many years ago, I would go to events, and events were very expensive. I personally could not afford to go to most tech events that were around at the time that I happened to on-ramp into the industry. And, just being honest, I'm now older, so this is a good number of years ago, weren't very diverse, frankly. I'm just shooting you straight, just being honest. And, again, nothing against the people that were attending or anything like that. They were, just attending. They were doing what they were supposed to do. But here's what we thought a long time ago. A lot of people are consuming. Everybody in the world consumes technology. But yet, we need as many people contributing. We need technology to be as secure as it can be, the best it can be, the highest quality it can be. So why not on-ramp more people in and get more people started and get more people involved and participating in the really, that side of the equation. And events are really great ways to do that. We are big believers that in-person, face-to-face events are a really good way to introduce people to new networks, get you networking with people, and then access to education and speakers, of course. But really, it's the networking and it is the education that you can get at an in-person event. At events, connections are made, meetings are held, new technologies are launched. And if you're not at the event, you're sort of, you're not engaged. You're not really part of the process. So that's really what we try to do with All Things Open. And then we want to make that the group of people that are participating and involved as diverse and inclusive as possible. So that's really what this event is all about and has been from the very beginning. It's very important to us. Again, I want to stress that. And again, we now have 6 years history of this event and 10 years of All Things Open. So I, again, wanted to start with a very brief overview of what this is all about, really the kind of the approach and the philosophy behind All Things Open. Most of you have heard that, many of you have heard that, but a lot of you have not. Many of you are here for the first time, so we think that that's a great place to start. So with all that said, I'm going to turn it over to Nathia here very, very soon. She's going to be our MC and take us through today. Again, just for a few housekeeping things, there is an in-house wireless network, a dedicated network. So that network is the All Things Open network. So if you search networks on your laptop or the device that you happen to be using, you'll see All Things Open. And I'm going to give you the password. The password is ATO, lowercase, ATO 2022. No spaces, just ATO 2022, exclamation mark. Okay, so there aren't any spaces in that. It's lowercase, ATO 2022, exclamation mark. That should get you access to the network. There's also just a general open Raleigh Convention Center network as well. So you're welcome to join that one, but other people want that secure network. Our dedicated network is dedicated just to us, not anybody that happens to be in the building, so it's supposed to be faster. If you have an issue accessing the network, please let us know. Personally, I did have an issue accessing the network earlier today, and I've already gone to IT, so I know IT's been working on it. But if you have an issue today, by all means, please let us know. Most of you, you've already gone through registration. You've got a lanyard. Maybe you grabbed a T-shirt or a poster. I know we had some hats down there as well. We're going to be making T-shirts available throughout the day. You probably noticed we have some 2022 T-shirts, our 10-year anniversary T-shirts. But then we also are making available some T-shirts from past years. You'll also see a number of 2021 T-shirts today. The reason we're doing that is we know last year was kind of a weird year, kind of an off year, meaning that a lot of people were still hesitant to go back in person. The crowds were much smaller last year, so a lot of people that might otherwise have wanted to be here in person didn't quite feel comfortable. So we had some shirts. We had actually some shirts printed. We actually did an additional printing run for last year's shirts. So you'll see a number of things from 2021 available here this year as well, because we know people just feel more comfortable being in person this year as opposed to last year. So we didn't want you to miss out on swag from last year due to COVID and things like that. So by all means, try to get something. And if you don't get something, we're going to do it again tomorrow, and we're going to do it again Tuesday, and we're going to do it again Wednesday. So if you don't get something or miss out today, just know that you can come back tomorrow. We're going to do exactly the same thing. And again, we'll do exactly the same thing on Tuesday and Wednesday. So this is Inclusion and Diversity. Tomorrow is CLS, the Community Leadership Summit, and extended workshops. We got 4 workshops tomorrow, and then the final 2 days, Tuesday, Wednesday, November 1st and 2nd. That's what you would, I think of as traditional conference days. So we hope that you'll come back. If you have any questions about programming over the next 3 days, by all means, please let me know. I'll be happy to help you. Jennifer will be happy to help you. Danny will. Most of you have probably communicated with a member of our team at this point, but if not, we're down at the front registration desk. Let us know if you need anything at all. We are happy to help you. We want you to feel comfortable while you're here. We want you to feel welcome while you're here. Again, I've already hit on time and the importance of time and how valued you are. We love our community, and we think that contributing and just technology, again, the technology is great. It's fascinating. I love it, as most of everybody here does, right, by definition. But at the end of the day, this comes down to human beings and people. This is about people contributing and making technology possible. And I think something we've always tried to do is really hyper-focus on the people, the human element to this. So if you have any ideas or any ways that we can do it better, any suggestions, we're wide open. We do not have all the answers, as you have already picked up on, I'm sure. I'm sure you've maybe already encountered an issue or two, and you'll probably encounter more while you're here. But if you, again, have a constructive suggestion, by all means, please let us know. Okay, so that is the wireless network. We do have a printed schedule that you could have picked up while you were downstairs. The programming, again, Nathai's going to come right up. She's going to MC the rest of the way. We're going to do our segment 1. We'll have 10-minute talks, 10 to 12-minute talks within each segment for the first 2 segments. So first segment is an hour, and then it'll have, supposed to have 4 talks. Actually, Lisa Smith with Netflix and Women Who Code could not make it today. So and I'm sure that Nathai, I'm sure you'll cover that. She actually could not make it today. She's ill. And we told her, thank you for notifying us of that, and thank you for not showing up. I'm sure everybody will thank you. So she did the right thing. She's a wonderful human being. So I was happy to get that email from her, because she was honest, right? I hate that she's going to miss speaking because she's wonderful, but at the same time, we were grateful that she would give us that sort of heads up and notice. But anyway, we'll do segment 1. We're going to break for 15 minutes. We're going to have refreshments, coffee, spa water, things like that outside. If you want to grab something, go to the restroom, network, do whatever you like. And then we're going to come back for the second segment, which is an additional 4 talks. Then we're going to break for 15 minutes, and then we're going to come back for the final panel discussion. And that's when we open it up to you. So you will be able to convey questions and actually pose questions to Nathia, our moderator, or panel members specifically. So we would encourage you to stay around, because the audience engagement aspect of this is really cool. Okay? All right. So Nathia, you want to come on up? Nathia, we've been friends for a long time. You have been instrumental in making this event what it is. So I thank you for doing this. You are beyond a nice human being, and as you know, that's really what this all, in the end, that's the only thing that's going to matter. None of us are going to say, yeah, that session was really great, the tech in that session. In the end, we're all going to say, she was a good human being, and she made me feel good. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So good to be here.
Thank you.
So I think good people attract good people, right? Todd's founded this conference about 10 years ago. Personal story, I have been coming to this conference for quite some time, and I think it was about 6 or 7 years ago that I came, and I brought my husband with me, and we really liked Raleigh. We loved walking around, and so we put it on the short list of places we wanted to live after we moved out of California. And it just so happened our daughter started school in 2019 at Wake Forest University in Winston-Salem, which is about an hour and a half from here. And we said, the stars are aligning. We really need to move to Raleigh. So in 2019, we did move to Raleigh, and I'm proud to say I live now in Raleigh, North Carolina, and I just love it. I have been working in tech for 40-some years, 30-some years, maybe 40, I don't know, I'm not keeping track. I've seen tech change so much over the years, from the time when I had to fit in and I could not kind of, really bring my true self to work, to a time when we are embracing not just the fact that we need to have diversity in the workplace, but that people need to feel included and valued and appreciated, to the topic of belonging, where if you do your job right from an inclusion perspective, people feel that they belong, that they are part of this organization. So it's my pleasure today to MC this evening, this afternoon. It's the 6th year, as Todd said, and we'll have plenty of time at the end to ask questions. But let me start with asking Cecilia Martinez, who's a developer advocate for AppFlow at Ionic, to come speak about a topic that I am very, very passionate about, which is no-code open source contributions. The fact that code is not the only way to contribute to open source, that there are many, many different ways to contribute to open source, and we need to make all contributions welcome. So Cecilia, please come up.
Hello? All right, y'all can hear me okay? Great, and then, okay, perfect. Slides are up there. Let me just do a quick check. Yes, excellent. Hi, everyone. Welcome. This is No Code OSS Contributions. And there's a QR code on the screen and a link if you'd like to grab the slides and to follow along or to reference after. I will also share this again at the end of the presentation, so if you want to watch it first and then decide if you want to save them, no judgments. You'll have a chance again at the end. So a little bit about me. I am Cecilia Martinez. I am a developer advocate at Ionic. You can find me at Cecilia Creates on Twitter and GitHub. I'd like to volunteer with different community organizations that are dedicated to supporting diverse representation in tech. I am part of the GitHub Stars program. I'm also the chapter head for the Atlanta chapter of Out in Tech, which supports the LGBTQ+ community in tech. I'm also a lead volunteer with Women Who Code Frontend, which is a global track of Women Who Code. And I have had the pleasure of working during my career on various open source developer tools. Before joining Ionic, I was previously at Cypress, which is an open source software testing framework, and also Replay, which is an open source debugging tool. And I've really found a lot of joy in working in these communities, both professionally, but then also, helping others to be able to make contributions to these types of projects. Kind of on a personal note, and kind of talking about the welcome speech here with these types of events, I am a career switcher. I went to tech later on in my life, and I attended a coding boot camp. And during my boot camp, I was able to attend a few conferences thanks to scholarship tickets. And the ability to be in the same room, in the same place, not just seeing technical content, but interacting with other developers who are in the spaces that I wanted to be in, and seeing people like me represented in those spaces really helped me to cement that I was doing the right thing and felt like I belonged there. And so I've really tried to make my career about helping other people feel the same way, feel that they belong in these types of communities. So when we talk about open source, we talk about making people feel welcome. The reason we want to do that is because there's lots of benefits to contributing to open source. And a lot of these are pretty well documented, and we're aware of them. But they include things like getting experience with real-world code bases. So if you are a new developer or new to tech, or if you have really only worked on projects before, you can see different implementations of how people solve problems in the real world. You also get a public portfolio of your work. If you've only ever worked on closed source projects, or if you're new to the industry, this gives you the opportunity to showcase the type of contributions that you're able to make to a project, and also show that you are able to understand the different components that go into developing software. You also get to collaborate with the community. You get to ask questions, you get to get feedback, you get to talk to others about how you can approach different solutions or problems. And you also get to gain feedback from maintainers. So you get feedback on your code, on how you approach problems, and also learn potentially other ways that you could implement solutions. And last but not least, you also get to improve the OSS ecosystem, right? Many people who contribute to open source are contributing to projects or developer tools that they themselves use, and that's how they first found out about it. So not only are they able to improve the tools that they may use on a day-to-day basis, but they make those tools and projects better for everybody who uses it. There are hurdles, though, to making code contributions specifically, right? Where these, big one is a lack of documentation. Some contributors will go to a project, maybe they've encountered a bug or they have an idea, but there's not a lot of documentation around how they can actually contribute to that project. Another is developer environment setup. I personally have contributed to a wide variety of open source projects, and sometimes they can take a long time, days, to get the developer environment set up depending on what dependencies are required. Some people may not have specific hardware or software available to them, especially when we start to talk about diverse global communities where they may not have access to the same type of machines and setups and environments that we do. We're starting to see this change a little bit with some cloud dev implementations where you can fork projects and work on them in the cloud. But for those that don't have that option, the developer environment setup can be a hurdle. Another is just limited experience, right? And that could be limited experience with the specific language or framework or implementation that's being used in a project. And then also, if there's complex CI, testing, build, deployments, basically anything that could go wrong when you trigger a PR. I've had build issues that pop up because I didn't have access to secret keys as a contributor. I've had tests fail because I didn't change the API endpoint to the mock data. I've had deployments that failed because I wasn't added to the project in Vercel or Netlify or wherever was being used to deploy the project. And if a contributor creates a PR and sees a bunch of red X's and a bunch of this is a mistake, that could turn them off from that experience going forward, right? And as a maintainer too, having to manage all of that can be difficult. Okay, so if we talk about the types of contributions that can be made to OSS projects, let's take a step back and ask a big picture question, right? So what are we building with OSS projects? It's not a trick question, software, right? The answer is software. And so because we're building software, contributions can actually occur anywhere along the software development life cycle, right? So software development life cycle are all the different phases and steps that take place as you're building software. It's not just code, right? So the definition can be a little different depending on your source, but we see things like the analysis phase, could also be called collecting requirements or planning. There's the design phase. There is code, where everyone kind of seems to focus, and that's what people get excited about. It's also testing. I personally am a big advocate for testing. And then there is deployments. And then there's also maintaining, right? There's a lot of maintenance work that has to take place after you deploy a code base. And this is really a loop. This is an iterative cycle that you go through as you continue to build out your software. And so at any one of these steps, people can make contributions to OSS projects. So let's dig in a little bit here and start with the analyze phase. When we talk about the analysis, these are contribution types, could include things like feature request, triaging GitHub issues, and then voting and discussion on how to help maintainers prioritize what features that they want and need to work on next. An example of this is the NuGet proposal process. In their GitHub repository, they have a proposal process that they have people go through to encourage discussion and feedback around new proposals. So before somebody even submits a pull request or creates an issue, they create a proposal, and they encourage as many people as possible to solicit feedback and, to add feedback and then to also ask questions before a decision gets made with the proposal. On the design stage, you have things like designing user interfaces, creating UX workflow diagrams, component design, and then even helping to implement and organize design systems. Example here is Drupal. They actually have a user interface standards section of their contributor documentation, and they have a dedicated Slack community for usability, specifically for usability contributors to help to contribute to the types of usability workflows, and also ensuring that design is consistent across all the elements of the contributions to the code base. Then we have testing. I personally love testing. Some people do, some people don't. But if we're talking specifically about no-code testing, there's manual Q&A. You know, whenever there's a new PR, checking out the preview branch maybe and ensuring that it works as expected. You can also generate test code. So this is something where you actually use CodeGen in order to click through a user flow and establish some really easy, simple kind of starter test code flows without actually having to write it yourself. And then also test case management. So when a new feature gets added or a new pull request is approved, ensuring that there's consistent test cases to cover those new functionalities, and also ensuring that existing test cases continue to be covered as changes are made to the code base. An example here is, so Cypress, you can actually use the Cypress Chrome recorder to record a user flow and click through it, and then export it to actual Cypress test code. So even if you don't have experience with a testing framework, you can contribute by just recording the user flow that's outlined in a pull request and then submitting some additional code in order to make sure that that's covered with tests. Playwright also has a CodeGen functionality, and there's a couple others out there as well. And then finally, maintenance. So as maintainers, this is actually obviously probably one of the biggest things that you have to do with your OSS project. And there's a lot of things that people can do to contribute to the maintenance section. Includes user documentation. Documentation is definitely a major place where people can contribute with absolutely no code. So contributing to how new flows work, anytime they run into a problem, how to use the tool, how to use the project, all of that can be contributed via documentation. There's also submitting reproducible bug reports or creating reproductions of existing bug reports. I know that at Cypress, we had to close a lot of GitHub issues because they could not be reproduced. And if you cannot reproduce a bug, then you cannot fix it. That's the first step. So whenever you encounter a bug, if you're able to create a reproducible bug report, or even better, see an existing bug and then recreate it yourself, that can really help maintainers go in and actually end up fixing those bugs. There's also dependency management. How many of you have used Dependabot or like automatic updates and have to manage those and deal with those? It breaks the release, you have to revert it, keeping track of all of that. That's definitely something that contributors can help with. Also PR reviews, not necessarily maybe like being the final approver, or you can be eventually, but going in, adding questions, clarifying comments, anything that you see to PRs. Translations and internationalization. And then also accessibility audits. Again, checking out preview branches, using the product anytime that you see accessibility issues if you're using screen reader devices or if you do color contrast audits, anything that could be helpful to the maintainers. An example here is at Replay. We actually created an issue template for bugs reports that encourage people to create a reproducible bug report using either a video recorder like Loom or using Replay itself. Replay is a browser that allows you to essentially record your bug and then share it via URL so that it's reproducible for the developers. And it comes built in with debugging tools. So you record it once, reproduce it forever. And we created a recording bug reports guide that people can include in their issue template to walk end users through the steps of how to record a reproducible bug report. So Replay is an open source project, and it also is free for open source projects. So this is one of the assets that we set up to help support maintainers. All right, so those are the software development lifecycle stages and the different types of contributions that people can make. Let's take a step back again and ask this question. The answer is not software this time. So what are we building with OSS projects? And the answer here is community, right? It's not just the software that we're developing. When we have open source software projects, we're inherently also building a community. Whether it's intentional or not, it's going to happen. So that means that there can be community contributions as well. These look like contributor documentation, so not end user documentation, but documentation specifically for people who want to contribute to the project. It also looks like forum support, so being able to answer questions or hop into, if you have a forum or a Discord, and or chat or anything like that, and supporting other users or contributors to the project. It also looks like creating examples and resources, writing blog posts, making videos, sharing tidbits on Twitter about how you got started or overcame a problem. And it also looks like advocacy. So it can be a matter of if people are talking about that project and there's misconceptions, clarifying that. If people have questions about getting started, answering those on social platforms, or even doing talks at events like this about projects that you're passionate about and that you contribute to. All of those are considered contributions that can really help support an OSS project. So as a maintainer, the more diverse types of contributions that you can enable, eventually the more diverse your contributors become. They can come from a wider variety of backgrounds, including professional skills and development styles. And let's focus in on that word enable, because contributor enablement is really important for OSS maintainers to consider. What this looks like is being descriptive and intentional about the types of contributions that you welcome. And so if you are open to documentation, if you are open to design, if you're open to people adding comments to code PRs, like, be descriptive about that and include that in your contributing guide. You also want to leverage built-in resources. So if you're using GitHub, things like the contributing guide, issue templates, PR templates, any existing resources that you can have right in your repository to make it easier. It also looks like continually soliciting and addressing feedback from your contributor community. So asking for feedback, but then also making sure that you're listening to it and addressing it so that contributors feel like they're being heard and are part of that community. And I also recommend fostering a community platform, whether that be within GitHub itself or within a chat platform like Slack or Discord or a forum like Discourse. Having a place where contributors can start to enable each other will help to build up that community and ensure that everyone can contribute as much as they like in different formats. So we can also talk about contributor empowerment. This is one step above contributor enablement. And this is about making contributors feel really confident that they can contribute to your project and be successful with that and grow in that community to maybe even become a maintainer themselves or enable other contributors. This means encouraging contributions of all types, as well as providing a welcoming, inclusive environment. This requires you to be very serious about having a clear code of conduct, well-documented processes, and always providing constructive feedback, and enforcing that other people in the community also only ever provide constructive feedback. And if they don't, to make it clear that that's not included in the code of conduct and enforcing that. So again, the core is that the more contributions, types that you accept, the more contributors that you can accept contributions from, which then leads to a more diverse and inclusive contributor community. So we covered a lot of things right now. This is a resources slide. Again, you can grab the QR code on the screen or use the link to access these slides. I shared a video here about unlocking the value of open source with open source, as well as contributing to open source without knowing how to code, a great blog post by Roselle Scarlett from GitHub, who's actually going to be here this week as well. There's also the Building Welcome Communities Guide from GitHub about how you can ensure that your code of conduct, your policies, and your processes are all welcoming and inclusive. I also included a link to the Cypress Chrome recorder for CodeGen and the replay.io/OSS guide, which contains a number of different assets and resources for OSS maintainers. And they're all free, and they're all provided open source for replay. So, thank you so much.
So that was just a fantastic presentation, a very practical guide to how do you create a more diverse community, but also welcome diverse type of contributions. In addition to all of those types of contributions, you have designers who design logos for projects, so websites. You have legal teams who help you write the license and CLAs and copyright and other things associated with the project. So you really need a lot of different types of people involved to make a project successful. So my next speaker continues this fantastic discussion by talking about how to hire better, and starting with DEI first type of leadership. I have been to many, many interviews myself where the panel of people who are interviewing me look all alike, and sometimes I feel I don't belong there. It's not a welcoming place, and it can be changed. So this is Peter Levine, who's an advocate at Remote Inclusive LLC, and he'll talk to us about how you can correct that and how you can hire in a more diverse and welcoming way. Peter.
Hey, y'all. Give me a second to set up, please. All right. I think I'm connected to HDMI. Hey, there we go. All right. Hey, all. I'm so excited to be here. Thanks so much for joining me on this journey to talk about hiring better. So I'm Pete Levine. I'm a advocate for Remote Inclusive. I'm also a developer on the Open Source Cloud Foundry Foundation. And so I've been, over the past 2 years, I've been a hiring manager. I've interviewed, I've hired, I've helped grow talented individuals. And then myself, I also swapped jobs. I was I was a candidate myself. And so I just wanted to reflect on some of the findings that I've personally am super passionate about when it comes to hiring and when it comes to DEI first policies. And so when I think about no worries. Sorry about that. My dongle is a little bit sensitive. All right, thank you. So yeah, the reason why I bring up DEI first is whenever there's a groundbreaking either technology or there's something that has a powerful force behind it, we end up integrating it into our policies, right? We end up I'll give an example. Mobile. So we, as a community, we decided to, as mobile came out, we decided to make our products mobile first. And that gave us the capability to not only provide a better user experience to all of our users, but also it made developing our products easier. We didn't have to shoehorn in the mobile experience after creating our products. And so I feel the exact same way about DEI first. So our DEI policies, our policies for hiring should really be DEI first. And yeah, I still don't have slides. My apologies. Hey, let's go. All right. All right, so I wanted to talk about a hiring manager. I want to tell a story about a hiring manager who recently made a post on LinkedIn, and they were hiring. They wanted to celebrate that they hired someone for a position that they were hiring for, and so apparently they had a lot of individuals that applied to the position, and they asked a myriad of questions, and they came up with, as a hiring manager, they came up with their own list of do's and don'ts for potential candidates in the future. And these sets of questions are what they would like the candidate to ask and not ask. And a few that were very, that stood out to me, that really shows what kind of culture they promote, were don't ask about education. So don't ask about the budget for things like attending conferences, right? Things like online courses. Don't ask about continued education or higher education. And then secondly, they asked not to talk about time off or benefits in particular, because these could be asked about when you talk to a recruiter, or it's a policy for HR. However, this paints a little bit of a picture to their culture, in my opinion. And the questions that they suggest that you ask are more towards career growth, career development. While they're open-ended questions, they feel more like you have a hustle culture. So they ask you to, as an interviewee, as a candidate, to ask, what can I do in my role, or is there any career growth? How can I help? Those kinds of questions. And as we discovered with work reform over the past 2 years, really, not all of us desire to climb the career ladder. There are many very talented individuals that want to stay where they are. They don't need to grow, or they're just starting their career, and they don't need to really think about immediately their career growth. And so, I just wanted to kind of paint this picture. This is going to be kind of what we reflect upon throughout the rest of the talk. And so you might be asking, where do I start? And so what we need to do as leaders in this industry is we need to really evaluate the landscape. The landscape has changed quite a bit over the past 2 years, for real. And so what does the landscape look like right now? To me, it looks like we have especially with quiet quitting and the Great Resignation, we have a talent workforce that really values work-life balance, and they value the individual, how you're treated in an organization, right? So really, that's kind of where we need to start, and not just evaluate once, but continuous evaluation. Iterate on that evaluation, because things change, and especially right now, things are changing in a rapid pace, especially when it comes to legislation, right? We have Oregon, where you can no longer ask a candidate's pay, for example, which is awesome. And so, secondly, policies that retain existing underrepresented talent. How can we hire and promote, underrepresented talent when we're not retaining them to begin with, right? So we need to take a step back, reflect. Maybe we need to identify flight risks in our organization. Why are they flight risks? what's wrong with our culture? So there's a lot of reflection that we need to do as leaders in this community. Next is buy-in from leadership in HR. So HR and your especially upper management, they're evaluated on some of these metrics on their DEI policies. A lot of organizations have DEI standards that they need to live up to. And so by establishing buy-in with these individuals, they're probably going to become your biggest ally, at least at first. They will be your cheerleaders. So establish buy-in with these individuals. And last, communicate and provide guidelines. So as a leader in an organization, we can only do so much being an advocate. Definitely communicate, establish guidelines, establish these best practices so that we can, we make sure that the whole organization-wide, that we celebrate our policies and these reflections that we've made. Especially if, as we reflect back on that story I said about that hiring manager, they might not have, mentioned some of the questions not to ask if they had these guidelines in place. So if there's one thing I want you all to take away for today, it's this particular metric, which is over a third of individuals will avoid applying to your position if they perceive a lack of inclusion. And so I personally would be a part of that 39% for that particular team. So if that team was hiring in that post, I would avoid it for sure. Because I perceive a lack of inclusion by having those lists of don't asks. So next is better hiring practices. So reduce the bias. So there's a lot of talks on bias alone, and I'll just give a quick example of some that are interesting to me and that affect our that affect how we include candidates in our organizations. So things like where did they work previously? Which school did they go to? We have these kind of just-in-time evaluations that we have, these mental models that we develop where we're like, oh, this person's an ex-Googler, so they're gonna fit right in, stuff like that. So we have inherent biases. There's a lot we can discuss for biases alone. That can be its own talk. But for biases, let's start a conversation with our current talent. So evaluate with your team and maybe the hiring pool or your staff on their biases and have an open and honest discussion about that. Start that discussion as early as possible and have that kind of drive some of your interview processes going forward. And last is promote confidence in candidates. And so one thing that I noticed as I was hiring for my company is a lack of confidence from maybe underrepresented communities. And so how do we as leaders provide that confidence? Where can we provide that confidence? I have a few suggestions. One suggestion that I personally have is include candidates in the interview process. Provide them with options so that they feel like they have they feel like they have a little bit of ownership and they're included. So this ties in well with this next metric. So at Hewlett-Packard, women wouldn't apply to a promotion if they saw a checklist and didn't check off 100% of those items. And so we're missing half of our workforce in promotions, in possible promotions. And so with this, let's provide confidence. And so this ties directly into better job descriptions. So avoid those checklists. What we could provide instead, potentially, are expectations for the role. What do you expect for a role in the first month, the first 3 months, the first 6 months? So provide those expectations for your team. And it also paints a picture of the team that they'll be working for. Oh. All right, thank you. So this is one thing that's super funny to me. I never see a DEI policy or metrics or anything in a job description. Let's get that on the job description. Let's celebrate our passion for our policies and our metrics and where we want to do better. And this will go a long way to alleviating that 39%, right? Pay ranges, I can talk for hours about pay ranges. I personally believe that how can we have equity without establishing transparent compensation? And so I don't think we can. And I think we need, many local governments are starting to require pay ranges, and that's a great start. But compensation is more than pay ranges, and so I think compensation as a whole needs to be evaluated as part of your DEI first policies. And lastly, include your interview process. So when it comes to applying for a job, I know right away, personally, I'll avoid a job if there's a take-home. I don't want to create a project on my own time, for example. And I've spoken to many individuals that feel the same way. So this leads directly into interview better. So we have hiring panels that are consistent across organizations, and you might already have a set of talent that provide these interviews and this panel. And this is where we need to include these policies first. We need to establish guidelines for reviewing resumes. Like I mentioned, we have biases just on name. We have biases just on if there's pictures. Hairstyle has been one that's come up over the past few years. And so we need to establish these guidelines, establish where our biases are, and provide them to all of our hiring pool. One thing that I've thought about recently is providing multiple options for evaluations. So a lot of us, especially in the tech industry, especially open source, we evaluate based on, can you do X and Y? Can you solve this problem? And so what I've discovered in talking with my friends and family is that not everyone wants to do a whiteboarding interview, for example. But some individuals are really good at that. I have a friend who was a math major and went into development. They were excellent at solving algorithms. And not so well. So maybe provide options. This is something that's, that I started doing as a hiring manager, that maybe a take-home is better for this particular individual because they have a lot of free time. They're super passionate about the technology, so they just want to write something and show it to you. So provide those options. One thing that's always super interesting to me when I'm interviewing is, all right, I just grilled you for 55 minutes straight. What questions do you have? So how does that, and you have to realize as a leader, you are not only interviewing as their candidates, but they're also interviewing you. So you need to maybe even, so one thing I suggest is have them ask questions first. Maybe get some of that nervous energy out and have them ask what they've been thinking about this whole time, especially in super stressful interviews. And then a new thought that one of my friends at another organization brought up to me is random assignments of the hiring panel. So this ties back to biases. So one organization that I know about at least has been providing random panels. And so those, the individuals that perform the interviews and perform the metrics, they need those guidelines that we established earlier. And by having that random panel, hopefully we eliminate biases. And so we want candidates to succeed, hopefully. As leaders, we want to, we're looked upon to really facilitate and harbor a inclusive and safe environment. No matter what kind of leadership you are, if you're a senior or a tech lead or anything, any sort of leader with experience, we're looked upon to provide this culture. And so what are some of the known predictors of a successful candidate? And this was provided by one of the links I showed before in the metrics, and which is, so work samples. We're in the open source community right now, so our open source contributions, those should speak volumes. Our existing work should speak volumes as opposed to things like trivia questions. Peer and manager reviews. We are, one aspect that I've liked over the past few years that's really come up are peer evaluations, and that's been, in my opinion, wonderful. And we need to continue that. And we need to also look to those peer evaluations, things like the LinkedIn recommendations and stuff like that, as valuable tools to evaluate candidates. And then last, motivation. So, so candidates who, of course, know about the organization that they're applying to, or super passionate about it, they are that should count for something. And so, I just wanted to leave you with saying, once again, thank you all, because of you leaving your jobs over the past 2 years, because of you finding new jobs that treat you better, we've established work reform. And work reform will only continue if we keep it up. And as leaders, we establish these DEI guidelines and foster them. And so thank you so much. And yeah, I'm super optimistic about the future, and I think we can hire better. Thank you.
A lot of thought-provoking ideas there, Peter, about how we can improve bringing people on board and retaining and developing them. So thank you. The next speaker that will be speaking here is going to talk about the word belonging. And I think that's a great word, because we shouldn't just stop at including people, but we should really move and aspire towards people belonging and feeling a sense of ownership and belonging in that organization. So Ruby Romo will speak about her experiences in a classroom. She was an elementary school teacher once, and now she's a senior developer advocate for student programs at Postman. So she's going to draw upon that experience and talk to you about how do you create belonging in the workplace.
Lots of knocking around there. Cool, just think I lost my presentation there. Cool. Well, to get started, I'd like to kind of poll the audience with a quick question. If you can, please raise your hand if you think you can explain what belonging is to a 5-year-old. Okay, we got a couple folks feeling pretty confident that they can rise to that challenge. A couple folks maybe not so sure. Definitely a few folks doing their part to participate before an upcoming break. I see you, still appreciate you. Fantastic. Explain It Like I'm 5 is a popular trend, if you're not aware of it, that's really taken off these days, especially in spaces where people are teaching technical concepts. This trend, however, feels a little bit different to someone who's literally been teaching 5-year-olds for years. Hard press, there you go. Awesome. Well, I was a classroom teacher before I entered the tech space, and there was a lot of feeling like I didn't belong during that shift in my career. And even before that, if I can be completely honest. I'm a first-generation American born to a Pakistani Muslim family who was born and raised in South Florida. And if you're not aware of the demographic of South Florida, it's pretty diverse, but it's a predominantly Latine, Hispanic community. So growing up, issues kind of figuring out where I truly belonged followed me like a shadow. That's why when I finally got a chance to become a classroom teacher, I cared a whole lot about setting an inclusive classroom culture, where everyone could say that they felt welcomed and celebrated. Including rabbits, because sometimes my rabbits did tag along with me as an incentive for warm and fuzzy behavior. Warm and fuzzy behavior, as I defined it, was really anything that you could do to help somebody else feel welcomed. So not only did I set an expectation for warm and fuzziness among my students, but as their classroom leader, I actively modeled what it looked like in the space that we all shared. And if you're wondering, all the way on the right there is an image of a kiddo who is reading for the very first time to one of my rabbits. Super precious, I know, very proud teacher moment for me. One of the ways that I loved celebrating and representing my students was through dance parties or dance-offs. If we ever needed a break from the heavy expectations and burdens of our school day, of which there are many, as I'm sure any teacher will tell you, or if we were celebrating a group accomplishment, Miss Sitar, as I was known back then, would throw on a carefully curated playlist of songs chosen by students. During our dance parties, students would form a circle and kind of dance in place, usually to Kids Bop. So you can imagine how wild that got. Every now and again, a student might get a little extra hype and jump in the middle, tap in their friend, and take turns in the spotlight this way. There was always an option not to dance and celebrate in different ways at other stations, or if you were a kid that wanted to dance, you could opt not to be tapped in. It kind of always depended on how comfortable students felt. This was always a blast, and I can tell you with confidence that these kiddos really looked forward to our dance parties, especially when their contributions were part of the fun. So what do my dance parties have to do with belonging and DEI? Well, there's an analogy that was coined by Verna Myers in her TED Talk, How to Overcome Our Biases, which compares DEI to a party setting. She says, diversity is being invited to the party, inclusion is being asked to dance. Another genius in this DEI space, Dr. Jeff Hutchinson, notes that this analogy leaves some room for us to think about equity and where that fits in. He suggests that equity would be like installing a wheelchair ramp to the front door of that party venue. So if we anchor ourselves to this party analogy to wrap our brains around DEI, then where does the B for belonging fit in? I'd like to mention, as an aside, that there could be folks in this audience, and definitely somewhere on the internet, who are saying to themselves, great, another letter for this acronym? I'm already barely keeping up. Is it really necessary? To that, I can say that new letters get added to acronyms, like DEI and even LGBT, because, well, we're intelligent beings, and we learn as we grow. The more we learn, the more we add to our schemas. API pun intended. We should always strive to keep our learning caps on and make it clear that not only are we ourselves always learning, but we gotta provide others the grace to learn too. So now that we've addressed that, yes, in fact, humans do learn, let's get back to thinking about this DEI party analogy. If diversity is having a variety of folks present at the party, equity is making sure everyone's able to attend, and inclusion is being asked to dance, where does the B for belonging fit in? Well, to figure that out, we first have to truly understand the meaning of belonging. Because once we understand what it means, then we can have our, oh yeah, I guess it's not the same as inclusion moment. To emphasize, belonging is not the same as inclusion. Inclusion, as the Oxford Dictionary defines it, is the practice or policy of providing opportunities or resources. Belonging is a sense of fitting in or feeling like an important member of a group. So once you're included at the party, do you see your contributions as meaningful? Do the dance hits that represent you make it into that playlist that everyone's dancing to? And how does that all translate into the workplace? DEI and B is something that many organizations are working hard to get right, especially in recent years following movements for social justice. So what happens when the sense of belonging is missing at an organization, especially for marginalized social groups? Well, marginalized groups and people of color often become victims of several aggressions. Here's a flowchart which was first shared with me by Shauna Curran, founder and CEO of STEM Energy, a career pivot program for women of color. In the flowchart, you can see how a woman of color first enters an organization or a workplace and feels welcomed. This is often, these days, due to recruitment efforts and increasing pressure to hire more diverse employees. We can sometimes consider this a tokenized hire. In time, the employee experiences several microaggressions. These can be things like having her name confused with any number of the handful of other employees of color at the company, or maybe having her comments and behaviors described as aggressive or angry. Maybe she gets asked questions that make her feel like the other, like, where are you really from? Microaggressions don't feel like overt racism or discrimination to the aggressor, but they serve to exclude the victim, forcing the person of color to feel like they don't belong. This is what we call intent versus impact, because sometimes the aggressor doesn't intend to exclude individuals or make anyone feel bad. But at the end of the day, the outcome was that the victim felt excluded. That's the impact of the aggressor's actions, and it takes work to address that. Often that work falls on that person of color. When this continues beyond the victim's comfort level, you can see in the chart that the woman of color is going to point out these issues. She may volunteer to help educate others in lots of different ways at the organization. The organization then falls into a pattern of denial and inaction. And ultimately, the woman and people of color's motivation to support organizations like this dwindles to a breaking point. And sometimes they're eventually forced out. But what happens and what does it look like when employees feel like they do belong? I'm sure some of you are expecting me to say that companies that are getting it right are having daily dance parties. And you know what? They very well could be. But according to Chang and Groisberg and their research for an article in the Harvard Business Review, successful organizations are fortifying their initiatives with a culture of learning. In essence, organizations that feel like a place of learning are the ones where employees are saying that they feel like they belong. So what are some of the things that we see at these organizations that have a strong culture of learning? What are some of those concrete examples? Here's an abridged list inspired by the authors of Culture Amp's ebook, 6 Ways to Foster Belonging in the Workplace. I have selected 3 of the 6 strategies, and the first on my list is regular data gathering from employees about what they feel is going well and what they think can be improved. We wear our learning caps in the workplace when we really want to learn from each other. At a previous company, our HR team used 15-5 surveys to measure employee satisfaction. This provided the team some real, actionable data points on a consistent basis. And data points like this could be pretty meaningful when we strategize how to act on them, and then act on them. Second on my list is team building, but team building as a priority. Look at that, there's an opportunity for dance parties. Where there's a will, there's a way. But seriously, some companies set team building up for success through affinity groups or employee resource groups, known as ERGs. These groups have helped folks connect on causes and values. They've also created opportunities for allies. Affinity groups have been some of the greatest assets for boosting company culture during the pandemic, when many employers were going fully remote for the very first time. Last on my list, and certainly not least, a shared vision. When a group collectively keeps a shared vision and goals in mind, they're more likely to see their professional journeys as shared journeys. James Kouzes and Barry Posner, in their article, To Lead, Create a Shared Vision, shared some study findings in which folks highlighted that forward-looking is an attribute of true leaders. So we're seeing that folks also appreciate when their leaders can acknowledge and highlight that clear vision. This can be achieved through regular all-hands meetings or company-wide stand-ups, where everyone's periodically realigned on that shared vision and a forward-looking path. So what if I can see that my organization has some room for growth regarding belonging? Where do I even start to have these conversations that affect change? I think it's important to mention that no matter how lighthearted my approach to discussing DEI&B, DEI&B itself is rooted in humanitarianism, which is to honor human lives with respect and dignity. DEI&B deserves careful attention and has to be a priority in any organization that includes human lives, which I would argue is pretty much every institution that we know. My firm belief is that DEI&B conversations and planning have to live in educational settings, workplaces, anywhere where humans are coming together. Why? Because it's kind of unrealistic to think that we'll only ever come across people who look, sound, and think just like us. In order for us to progress and grow as a society, to affect that change and even innovate, we have to acknowledge what society is composed of. And much of that is different from ourselves. And yes, learning about those differences is sometimes really uncomfortable. I get it. Sitting in a room where the expectation is to discuss DEI&B can make some folks who identify as risk-averse or non-confrontational want to disappear right into the walls. I've been in organizations where folks have even said that they wish they didn't need to have DEI&B shoved down their throats, which is a pretty wild way, I feel, to describe the discussion of something that, at its core, like we mentioned, is trying to achieve peaceful humanitarian goals. When leaders can agree that DEI&B work is a constant learning process and really anywhere is a great place to start to foster that culture of learning, then we can begin mapping the road ahead. So keep your learning caps on in all of your interactions and know that others have their invisible learning caps on too. Then find ways to promote the celebration of yourself and the diverse folks around you. If a strong culture of learning helps folks feel like they belong, then I would argue that maybe we should treat all spaces like classrooms, a place for learning. And if belonging is like contributing to the party playlist, then I ask you to contribute the songs that speak to who you are to a shared playlist. like the one that I set up for all of us to enjoy while we're at this conference, or at least during our upcoming break. Here's an invitation link that you can use to start adding to our shared playlist on Spotify. With that, I hope you all have your shot at being in the spotlight and can share the opportunity to be in that same spotlight with your colleagues every day. Thank you.
Many thanks to Ruby. I have your phone here. I'll bring it down. So we are going to take a 15-minute break. It's about 2:15 now. So if you could kindly come back here by 2:30, we'll get started on the second set of talks, which are fabulous. We'll end with the panel, and then there's a reception hosted by Intel. Thank you again.
So recently I got an email, and I think What? Oh, yeah, that's perfect. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. It's just a test. It's just a test. Oh, I just wanted to make sure.
Welcome back, everyone. I know Todd wants to make a few comments before we get started. And I'm sorry I let you all go for the break too early. I understand that tables had not been set up for drinks when you went out. We did not get a speaker in the time slot that we had, so we had some extra time. And that's why you all got to go out early. But I don't see Todd. I'm waiting for Todd to kind of say a few words. Could you please? How's everyone doing? Good? Nice. Great talks, right? Some amazing talks. Yeah. started, and then Todd can come back and make the comments later. I think he wanted to talk about the fact that we have a break after all of this is done. We have a lovely break. It's sponsored by Intel, and it's a social with drinks and food, and he would love for all of you to come to that. So let me get to our next speaker, who's been very patiently waiting to speak. This is such an important topic. You know, behind tech is people who create the tech, and if the people who create the tech are not diverse, there's a risk that we introduce a lot of bias into the systems that we create. And especially as the whole world becomes digitized, making sure we don't have a biased world is so incredibly important. So my next speaker is Jerome Sanders, who is the global head of Cisco's Innovation Labs. And he's going to talk about why inclusive innovation is so important. Jerome.
All right, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thank you for all of you that are here in the room, and also thank you for everyone virtually that's attending. My name is Jerome Jose Sanders, and today I will be talking about the imperative for inclusive innovation. In this talk, you'll hear me talk about Cisco's legacy and why that's important for our future, the social justice journey that Cisco has been on and how we all can play a part in that, how we go from policy to practice when it comes to inclusive innovation. Excuse me one second. Thank you. Make sure that this populates. And then I'll give several examples of what happens in the world when inclusive innovation goes wrong, and what a future could look like when we get it right. And then finally, I'll leave you with some resources, and if we have some time, we can answer some questions. As always, I like to ask folks, please come as you are. I want to create an environment where we all feel safe and have an environment of trust. So with that being said, today I may cover some things that may be triggering or use some words that may seem harmful, but please know that they are for educational purposes. But at any point, if you do feel uncomfortable, feel free to exit or disconnect online, and I'm more than happy to have a conversation after. But the key here is please come as you are. A little bit about myself. So I'm originally from California, and I moved to North Carolina almost 8 years ago, and I've been with Cisco for 8 years, where I'm loving my time here at the company, and I do business strategy, community development, communications, operations, and at Cisco you wear a lot of hats, as I'm sure we all know within this community. If we're not wearing multiple, then what are we doing? Outside of work, I am a chairman of a nonprofit called First Tech Fund, which is a 501c3 nonprofit that's all about helping underserved youth in New York City and helping bridge that digital divide. And we all know how important the internet is towards the future for the future generations. I also serve as a liaison between the United Nations Global Compact and Cisco, where we talk about the Sustainable Development Goals and how we can fundamentally use corporate resources not only to do good for communities, but also drive profitability. And finally, when I'm not doing these things, I'm training for an up-and-coming Ironman as a triathlete, so you can catch me running, swimming, or in the back roads of North Carolina riding my bike. So let's start with Cisco's heritage and legacy. And it all started in 1984 with two computer scientists at Stanford University, Sandy Lerner and Len Bozak. They were madly in love, and Cisco's story is all about love, and they had this deep desire to connect across campus. So what did Sandy and Len do? They created the first multi-protocol router, which is now the infrastructure and the backbone of the internet that we know and love today. Almost 38 years later, Cisco still has the legacy of maintaining over 70% of the world's internet. And according to Cisco's Internet Annual Report, by 2023, 5.3 billion global internet users will be online. Each person will have roughly 3.6 devices on their person, and finally, 110 megabytes will be the global fixed broadband speed. So what does this all mean? This means that there will be more people connected to the internet, there will be more devices, and finally, the internet will move even faster. And that is why Cisco and many other companies have to do the right thing to ensure that there isn't bias that's creeping into our code, that we're being ethical, and that we're being inclusive for all. As I mentioned, Cisco's been on a social justice journey of its own, and it's really serving as a catalyst for a future and a catalyst for change. And over the last couple of years, we saw excuse me one second. This didn't happen when I practiced it. We saw the senseless murders of Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and George Floyd, and many, many more. And Cisco's leadership team took a stand, and they say, we support the Black Lives Matter, and the people within this community matter. And more importantly, how can we take a stand, and how can we take action? So over the last couple of years, Cisco's been on this journey where we've been honest, transparent, and true about what the Black experience is like. And more importantly, within these technical and engineering spaces, how can we implement changes that fundamentally affect the way that employees experience the technology, ranging from legal, from engineering, and many others. And so Cisco created 12 social justice actions where we are taking a stand, and we're measuring almost on an annual basis how we're making those changes. And we've also included policy within our company that affect human rights. By now, I hope you can see that Cisco's all about powering an inclusive future for all. And if you're interested in seeing the other 11 social justice actions that are a part of our policy, please feel free to scan the QR code. But today I'll be focused on Social Justice Action 12, which is all about human rights and tech solutions. And we think about that in three ways. First, human rights by design. So how do we advise and train folks to think about human rights when it comes to the product development? Secondly, how do we make our technologies accessible so that all folks can experience technology in the way that they're intended? And finally, inclusive naming. How do we implement policy, as I've just shared, so that people know that this is a standard across the board? How do we build employee awareness both inside and outside of our Cisco walls so that we start to care deeply about this topic? And how do we drive compliance in the industry? And how do we engage in a community, much like what we're doing here, in an open source way where we can share best practices and share what's working well and what's not? And then finally, how can we integrate this into our culture so that many years from now, we don't have to have this conversation and talk about why inclusive innovation matters? So at Cisco, we are very keen on every single word that we use. And what you'll find is that an inclusive future starts with the inclusive language that we use. And we've established a policy within our company where we're tracking these very four harmful words that are either showing hierarchy or superiority. So we are looking to remove master, slave, whitelist, and blacklist. And on the right, you can see some of the words that we're looking to replace that. And that's across code, that's across our marketing, and all kinds of materials. And if you're interested in some other language that we're exploring, again, please feel free to check out this QR code. And we're also mindful in the fact that some of the code that we've already established has some of these words, and if we do break them, they could break the infrastructure. So we are very intentional about how we audit and what we touch and what we don't. Now let's take a moment and look at what happens when we get inclusive innovation wrong. And here I've provided 4 different examples of what we've seen over the last couple of years that have impacted the way that we experience our communities. The Apple Card had allegations against them because of gender bias. And there was an example of a husband that received almost 20 times the credit limit as his wife, and in fact, her credit score was higher. So why is that? Secondly, biased mortgage lending practices were also keeping people of color out of their homes. And then when it comes to hiring practices, we heard a little bit about that earlier and why that's so important to get right. But think about as companies really start leveraging algorithms to start making some of these very human decisions and how that can go wrong very fast. And in fact, this disproportionately has been affecting communities with disabilities. And then finally, within the healthcare system, there's still a lot of room for growth when it comes to using algorithms, because there are some algorithms out there that are already counting out Black patients because the algorithm is saying what they can and cannot pay for, and that needs to change. So now, let me give you a glimpse of hope as to what we can expect for the future. So within Cisco, we have a technology that we're very proud of called WebEx, which is one of our collaboration tools. And we're taking a close look at how we think about responsible artificial intelligence and machine learning. How do we train that data? And how do we create a product where it's not just about feature by feature, but how do we create this human and holistic experience that we've been hearing about all afternoon? And in the spirit of being transparent, we also know that we have quite a bit of work to do. And we've been questioning, how do we get more of that intersectional feedback from the end user who may look different, who may speak different, who may have a darker skin tone? And that's a journey that we're still on. But in the meantime, there's two features that I like to highlight. One is noise removal with the technology that we call Babel Labs. And at the start of using this tech, it didn't detect higher pitched voices. And as you can imagine, that's a huge problem. And we had to introduce new data sets that included those higher pitched voices. And one that's near and dear to me are virtual backgrounds. And as someone who has darker skin and who once upon a time had long, luscious, coily hair, this technology didn't work well for me at the start. So it affected the way that I experienced that tech. So what we did is we added more hair textures, darker skin tones. We added more lighting conditions to make it more human and more equitable. Next up, I'd like to show you a demo of a proof of concept that we have within WebEx that hasn't launched or anything like that, but just, again, just to give you a sense of what accessibility within collaboration could look like when we get this right.
All right. Thanks, everyone, for your time here. The thing that I want to talk about today is how we return laptops. So recently I got an email, and I think all of you kind of experienced this once or twice in your tenure here at Cisco, got an email that they wanted my laptop back. And,
Felix is a white male in his 30s
like
with dark blonde hair, round glasses, and a beard.
But they actually didn't. And then just yesterday I received an email that they're going to buy out my laptop.
Felix is in an office with bookshelves, 3 plants, and a small globe lamp.
Even then, they didn't send me that label. So I reached out to them, and it's like, wow, you know, this laptop's so old.
Felix
so
is holding up a laptop.
By now, they probably really want it back like this, I guess. So I don't know, what's your experience with?
So I'll pause it here and just really quickly highlight what you just saw, which was a human experience. So first, you saw Felix self-identify how he wants someone who's visually impaired to see him. Secondly, there was an algorithm that detected what was in Felix's background, and it also described who he was. And then as he picked up that laptop, you heard the algorithm actually describe what Felix was holding up. So just imagine the possibilities and the different technologies that we can develop when we have the end users in mind that come from all walks of life. And this is part of the secret sauce. We heard about affinity groups earlier and why they're important, and ERGs, and we call them employee resource organizations at Cisco. And I'm proud that we have a plethora of them, and they all play a role in prototyping and developing new technologies. And in fact, we've created an inclusive innovation council where many of the leads within this group are actually giving us feedback. And they're also helping us identify the different gaps within our technology. So before we release them, they can say, hey, this actually doesn't work well for me, and these are the reasons why. This is something that I highly encourage everyone in this room, whether you're your own business, an entrepreneur, a technologist, an advocate, think about how you can tap into a community of folks that look different, that think different, and that can bring different perspectives. Another piece that I am very passionate about is sponsorship. And I have to believe that everyone in this room had some sponsor that brought them into the seats that they're in, or in the virtual setting that you're in as well. And I wouldn't have been here without my sponsor, Molly Das, speaking in front of all of you. There's a fact that 23% of people who have a sponsor are more likely to advance in their career than those that aren't. And on the right, 1 in 5 Caucasian men have a sponsor. 1 in 8 women have a sponsor. And 1 in 12 minorities have a sponsor. So it's obvious that this is a problem that we all have to play a role in improving. And that's why Cisco has created the multiplier effect that allows everyone in this room or online to take the pledge today, to pledge to someone and follow them throughout their career and plant that seed and ignite that spark that will help them open doors within their own careers and communities. Now, how can you drive inclusive innovation? First, be very honest with yourselves, with your teams, with your engineers, in your documentation, in your code, and take a repository of the words that you're using. And track over time whether that's getting better or that's worse, and really start to question that data and that information, and ask why. Take a moment to reflect on your words that you use on a daily basis, and the words that we use with each other, and how can we make them better. And as you think about your role in your respective company and your respective industry, and the skills that you're developing to advance your work, look for those natural integration points where you can make inclusive innovation as part of your work. And then finally, if you need something tangible, the Linux Foundation has a plethora of resources on inclusive speaking and how to contribute open source best practices. And if that's not enough, Ann Gentle from our developer relations team, who is here in the audience, she has a GitHub repository where you can see what we're doing at Cisco and some of our best practices. So please do follow her. And we've also included a few other resources just in case you want to know a little bit more about different recommendations, public policy on inclusive naming, and other tools and rule sets. And if you're really excited about Cisco and you just want to join us, feel free to scan the QR code and join our Emerging Technology and Incubation group. And what I'll leave you with is, again, everyone in this room plays a role in driving inclusive innovation. And I hope that you've seen a few examples of how we can make this a better world for the next generation that's more diverse, that's more equitable, and that's more inclusive. Thank you.
Okay, it is so important, isn't it, to make sure that we don't introduce bias into technology and make technology accessible to all. So I love that talk. Thank you, Jerome. The next talk we have is about accessibility, making technology and resources and opportunities accessible to all of us, people with handicaps and people with disabilities, and making sure that we keep them in mind when we are developing technology. So my next speaker is Nikima Prophet, and she is the developer advocate at PayPal. She's not only a developer advocate, but she builds community, and she's also about to release a book in 2022. And she's been hosting conversations on Twitter to highlight Black and neurodivergent perspectives in tech. With that, I'd like to invite Nikema to the stage. I don't see her. But would you like to make an announcement while, yeah.
Okay, so we're going to try to find Nikema for sure. Someone's speaking after Nikema, right?
The person speaking after Nikema is Tamira. James.
Yeah, Tamira. So I know that Tamira's here. So we might move Tamira up and then locate Nikema. Anyway, I did want to let you know that we got the break situation worked out. So for those of you that on the break looked for what I said would be there, which are beverages and things like that, and they weren't, I want to apologize to you personally for that. There was a little bit of miscommunication between us and the on-site beverage company. They're called Center Plate. That's the name of the company. Anyway, we miscommunicated with them. It was totally on me, my fault 100%. But all that's available now. So when we on the next break, that will be available to you. And then we'll have food. Once we wrap up the panel discussion, there will actually be food. And all that's being made available by Intel, by the team at Intel. Shirley, you know Shirley quite well. But anyway, Intel is making all that possible. So I did want to let you know that if you wanted to get something to eat today, by all means, please stay around, okay? All right, so we're going to go. Let's see, give us just a minute to see if Tamira is here and maybe move her up, and then we'll go find Nikema as well, okay? And apologies for the disruption as far as programming is concerned. Sorry.
Hello, my name is Venia. I am an online community manager here for the Community Leadership Summit, and I am also a trans person. And as a trans individual who's been building online communities for a decade, I have a very important thing that I want to talk about. On my YouTube channel, there is actually a video with this same talk. It's actually an hour long. All about diversity, equity, and inclusion, needing to reframe the concept of exclusivity. Because it's my belief, as an online community manager and as someone who has built queer spaces, especially support groups, that we need to recognize the importance of exclusivity in inclusivity. Specifically, that exclusivity can breed, by virtue of using small groups, inclusivity. The important part about this is that online support groups provide exclusive benefits to specific people. For instance, if you have trans men and trans women participating in a support group, they have a lot of commonalities, but it doesn't necessarily speak to their individual needs. Separating trans men and trans women in their support groups allows for the support groups to become units of change in and of themselves. The criticality of this is that trans men and trans women share experiences, but they have some aspects that need to be separated. By creating a social structure that connects the two groups, however, you can use small groups as a unit of change to become a larger community that interconnects with each other socially. By creating these networks and recognizing that bubbling conversations can create exclusive spaces for safety, security, and anonymity, you can now create spaces that allow for a greater diversity and inclusive experience that brings people back over time. So, what can you use with this information? The most important piece of creating this is recognizing that the small group is the unit of change. The community is the unit of cohesiveness. By playing between the two, you can actively produce better environments, especially when it comes to your internal organizations and implementing easier on TEI. I have a full talk on exactly this that occurred at CMX Summit last month, and it's not just me. I also have two amazing panelists, Abiola and Nakia, who have their own experiences in a complete infrastructure that you can use to implement DEI in your open source projects and your organizations. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Is Vitika Mishra here? Vitika, are you willing to come up and do a talk? Okay. So thank you so much, Vitika. Vitika is a senior product designer at GitLab, and she's going to talk about how it takes a community to craft an experience, designing a more inclusive world.
Okay. Why is it not appearing? Oh, all right. So here we go. Things are not as expected. Sorry. Can I have it?
So you don't want this to be seen.
This should be seen, but there are
You don't want this to be seen. Okay. Very good.
yeah. So how do I see that?
Oh, you need to see the nose.
Anyway, I think I can make it. All right. Okay, sorry for the trouble. Let's start again. I'll wait for it to appear there. This is awkward. Okay. A few months back, when I was looking up for the definition of open source for a project, I came across this. And one thing that I noticed here was the word publicly accessible. And I realized that what is very often not taken into account is when we say publicly accessible and we say public, we also mean to include people who are non-coders. And yet, most of the contribution processes that we come across for open source softwares, they're always kind of very focused on how to make code contributions. And still, we don't kind of take into account that if we are building something for people, for everybody to use, and we are not doing it with them, it's going to have some consequences. I'm Vitika, a product designer with GitLab, and I work on the pipeline execution team. That means I look at the CI/CD stuff day in and day out. And I also kind of encourage designers around me and in the community to make more contributions to the open source projects. And today I would be talking about why it takes a community to craft an experience and why we cannot do that in isolation in any group. Decision fatigue. So when we are making a lot of decisions for ourselves, we often come across this feeling that we are very overwhelmed. And this happens because we get to live the consequences of the decisions that we are making, and our brain is like, okay, that's it. But what's very interesting about this particular phenomenon is when you're deciding for other people, the whole fatigue magically goes away. That's how much we love deciding for others, it seems. And this is because our brain understands that we are not going to be at the receiving end of the consequences of this particular decision that we are making. So why not? Let's go ahead with it. And so you would see that for many products that, everything comes with a user experience attached to it, right? Like be it a remote for your television, be the vending machine that you're using at the subway for dispensing a ticket. But you don't always have a say. You might have a say on the clothes that you're buying from a store when you get to pick it up, touch and feel it, and see if it's to your liking. But that doesn't work all the time. And for things of, especially for things of public utility, if you talk about that, then there's someone making a decision for you. And not just that, this also goes for the digital products, most of the digital products, that somebody is sitting in a class building in Bangalore, San Francisco, they're making a bunch of decisions which are going to be impacting you very directly. And that's how this has been. I'm just trying to tie the current design process with this particular phenomenon. Like when we are making decisions for others, we don't feel as much affected by it. Now this is on a disconnected note. This is just a picture to give an idea about how overwhelmed you feel at certain points when you're doing something as petty as taking out a ticket, and you get to see an interface such as this, and just trying to decide, standing there for 5 minutes, like what to do next with this. Anyway, and now let's talk about alternate possibilities. Now, alternate possibilities as a concept, this means that, I'm just putting this in layman terms. It means that you're only as responsible for making a wrong decision as you're aware of the alternate ways of doing it. You're only as wrong as you know in what way could it be done right. And again, if we talk about how this is happening in our everyday life with us is the user experiences with the products that we use every day. We kind of trust the people behind it, right? That they would be making the best decision for us. And they might even be, because they don't know what the alternate reality could be like. They are doing the best in their capacity with the kind of resources that is made available to them to make decisions for you. But human brain comes with its own limitations, and we have to agree to that. So in his essay, The Cathedral and the Bazaar, Eric mentioned that every good work of software starts by scratching a developer's itch, which is true. So most contributions, how they take shape is developer feels that there is a gap in the experience while using the softwares themselves, and that's when they come up with a code contribution. They get through the entire process, get it merged, and move on. And for this, the interface that they come up with, they only focus on that being workable for themselves, and that makes sense. And it's often considered that if somebody else has a problem with this, they should be looking at the source code, because that's available for everybody to look at. They can just go and make changes themselves. All right. And building on that, Steve Pemberton, who's a public speaker, he kind of observed this, and he wrote that this means that if open source software is to appeal to people that are not producing it, the programmers are going to have to start to learn to scratch other people's itches, or people who are able to mediate for the non-programmers are going to have to find a way to tickle the programmers so that they will scratch it. Now, this is a little tricky because even though we are still talking a lot about developers, when we are making a software that we are envisioning this ideal use that everybody is going to be using that, like people worldwide would be using open source alternatives and would be sort of like moving away from the proprietary alternatives. So we have to make sure that when we are saying that we are making it for everyone, we have to make it with everyone. And we have to make sure that everybody who doesn't have the skill of coding or software development, they can have a say in the overall process, in the software development process, in the contribution process. We just can't leave them out. Then coming to experience design. Of course, this is all that I'm going to be focusing on. This is my area of expertise. And I have seen things being done in a strange way so far. And what I'll be sharing with you today is some of the practices that we have kind of come up with within our team at GitLab, just to make sure that when we are working through this entire software development process, which talks about the problem validation phase, the design phase, the solution validation phase, then comes the development and testing, we are leaving enough room for people from all areas who can remotely be users of GitLab to come and weigh their opinions, provide feedback, and be as much a part of the contribution process as a developer could be. So the first thing that I want to talk about is iterations. Now GitLab, I mean, we take pride in our handbook, and if you go to our handbook, you would see that we live by a set of values. But the one that I want to talk about today is iterations. Now, iterations as a value, how we translate this into our product development workflow practices is, when we are working on a problem and the scope seems large, we always make it a point that no matter how much effort it takes, we break it down in scope. Now what that does is, when a problem, scope of a problem is small, then that encourages people to come and like dedicate their little time to that, talk easily about it, understand the proposals in a better way, and it doesn't demand too much from the contributors. And neither does, like, it doesn't demand too much time, too much effort, and it just makes things easy because we are able to ship faster and get feedback faster. That's a little tricky because at every step that we take while breaking things into iterations, we have to make sure that we are still shipping value. This is one. And then comes public feedback issues. So more often than not, when we are not able to sort of get enough confidence in our design decisions, in our proposals through our regular research methodologies, we create public feedback issues for the features that we want our users to tell us about how they're liking it or not liking it, what their experience with this has been. Are they actually using it in a workflow that we anticipated them to be using this in? And this has been working pretty well. What we do is when we come up with a new feature, and like I said, we don't have enough confidence through our regular research methodologies, we send out a link through the alert banners somewhere in the product, like very close in proximity to where the feature lives. And this gives us a really good opportunity to engage with the community. Because people come to these issues, they talk about the problem, and they get into the details of why things are not working out. And we also get an opportunity to recruit users from this particular issue and speak at length with them later in an interview process and get to understand what about the workflow that most people practice is that we have not been able to understand about, or what are the gaps that we are still not able to consider. So there's no room for assumptions like in the general user experience design process that happens in, I would say, regular setups, regular organizations. We take every opportunity to kind of combat the assumptions that we are keeping into consideration, we take every opportunity to make sure that we are not, like, the assumption doesn't get to live long. We get to clarify things as soon as possible, because also we have access to such like huge pool of community members who are such great resources and who think, who use the product every day, and they are they come up with brilliant ideas, brilliant feedback to contribute back to. The next one is transparent communication on design decisions. I have been doing this a long time. I've been a designer for about like 6-7 years now, but I have never experienced so much of accountability in the past. All the issues, by all I mean about 96% of the issues that I work on are public. They can be accessed by just anyone. And I have to make sure that I do the right thing from my side so that no matter who comes to the issue, who visits there, when they look at the design proposal, they should be able to understand why every small decision was made there. And that takes a little extra effort. That means I need to break down things even more than I would ordinarily will, because people who might come here, they might not have a product background. For example, they could be a librarian, but they should still be able to understand like why we did things that we did and what were the alternatives that we did not opt for, and what the evidences that we have considered for sort of validating our directions and so on. Lastly, one of the practice that we follow in our group, which is also sort of practiced in other groups, is posting a public kickoff video for every milestone. So GitLab releases like a new version every 21st of every month. That means we have a monthly release cycle, and that has been going on since many, many years now. Before we kick off the work for any milestone, my product manager and I, we record a short video that we put on YouTube that talks about like what are the premises of the development issues, the design issues that we'll be looking at in the upcoming milestone. And what that does is it sort of broadcasts the active premises for discussions to the community, and they're able to understand that, okay, this is an active area where discussions are sought, and if I go and participate there now, there's very likely that it would be acted upon quickly. And that happens quite often. So that's been working out pretty good for us. And these were just the 4 examples that I've included, even though there are many things that we do process-wise in our everyday job. Yeah, and living by our ethos, everybody can contribute. I know this is, what I've shown is not perfect or close to perfect. What I really wanted to tell is that, through my story, is that we are working towards it. We're trying to make progress every single day, no matter how small that is. And eventually, I really hope that we are at a place where we get to inspire others to learn from our process for contributions. Yeah, that's it. And thank you so much.
So that was really fabulous that Vitika, jumped up about an hour of the time and decided to do the talk early as we were lining up other speakers. So I really thank her for her time and flexibility. So the next talk is an actual case study of a project that is working hard to create inclusion. The talk is Diversity in Swift, as in the Swift language. Tamira James is an Apple technology evangelist for the Worldwide Developer Relations team, and she's going to actually talk about the programming language and how they created a diverse community around that language. Thanks, Tamira.
Okay, let's get set up here. Oh. Okay, which one is it? immediately forgot which one was what. There we go. Perfect. Hello, hello. Okay, give me one moment. I'm a bit tall, so hold on 1 second. Can we play? Okay, let's play first. Is that on display? Okay, perfect. Okay, okay, is that full screen? Boom. And then, oh. Can we hide the presenter notes? Okay. One moment. Thank God we're ahead of time.
So I'll take this off?
Yes, please. You can put it in another. So I want the presenter notes, but I wanted to know. Okay, that's fine, yeah. Yeah.
Display. You would have to switch it to a split screen.
Okay.
You know how to do that? For settings. Where's your settings there? Display settings.
No, display.
There we go. Display settings. Should be split screen. Hold on, click that first one.
Oh, click. Okay, I'm on.
Actually, click right here. See if it does anything. Should have like this split. Click mirror. Stop mirroring.
Stop mirroring. There we go.
There we go. So what we'll do now is just drag this over. So on that screen. It's a lot. Gotcha. I gotta find that weight. The grade. Can't see it.
Yeah, right there. Yep, right there. Yep. Yep, right there.
Okay. So are these your notes?
Hold on, let me see. See what we'll do. There they are. Look at us working with technology. Well, hello. Hi there. I'm sorry, I'm super, super excited to be here. I'm so grateful to be here in this special celebration. Oh, they're gonna give me the, thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, hello. Is it on? Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you for this. Oh, and, okay, perfect. Okay, so that's much better. I'm so excited to be here during this very, very special occasion, special edition, special year for All Things Open. 10 years is a long time, especially surviving through such hard times in the past few years. And so I just want to thank Todd and the team, the All Things Open team, for having me. And without further ado, I want to talk to you today about diversity in Swift. My name is Tamara James. I'm a technology evangelist at Apple. I work on the worldwide developer relations team. You can reach me on Twitter. I'm looking forward to the tweets from this talk. Hopefully it's interesting enough to take a few shots and tweet about it, and then I'll retweet, of course. But yeah, without further ado. Hello, and I just want to say this is not my first time speaking at All Things Open, so hello again. And the last time I spoke at this conference, I spoke on the evolution and the journey of Swift as a programming language since its birth. Swift, in its very early years, was a programming language that was exclusive to developers who built apps on all Apple platforms exclusively. So iOS, macOS, watchOS, tvOS, and so on. But there was one year that changed everything. 2015, Swift became open source. And it was at this point that Swift began its journey of becoming a more inclusive language. Once Swift became open source, its capabilities soon grew to be ported across a number of wide ranges of devices, different platforms, and different use cases. And as a result, the Swift community became more inclusive to different developers with different development backgrounds and experiences. And with these new contributions and these new expertise and the new set of expertise and perspectives, Swift began to evolve in a way that supported all of these different developer experiences. And this is great, right? This is fantastic. This is what you want. But it was just the tip of the iceberg, right? This is just one tier of diversity. And so today, I'm going to walk you through a few key efforts that were curated by leaders in the Swift community that focus on creating a more diverse community and maintaining a more diverse ecosystem within the Swift community. One of those efforts was the creation of Swift work groups. So let's start with the Swift language work group. Our Swift language work group works with the Apple core Swift team to define, develop, and document the Swift evolution process. Our Swift server work group is a steering team that promotes the use of Swift for developing and deploying server-side applications. This group is responsible for prioritizing the needs of the server-side Swift community. Our Swift documentation work group prioritizes addressing the efforts of documentation and the documentation needs in the Swift community. And this team actively guides development around documentation tooling such as SwiftDoc-C. If you don't know, even the Swift.org website is open sourced, okay? And it's open for anyone to contribute to, from submitting pull requests on existing content to technical infrastructure, to design ideas around improving the user experience of the Swift.org website. The new Swift website workgroup maintains the guidelines for around contribution to the Swift.org website. And our new C++ interoperability. You know what, as much as I say that word, I need you to know how much I practice it still. C++ interoperability. This work group is responsible for adding support for the bidirectional interoperability between Swift and C++. And now today, we have nearly 1,000 contributors, active contributors, in the Swift community, all working together to strategize on how to best support this new diverse group of developer experiences. But supporting different developer experiences, again, is just one tier into diversity. Our differences in identity and culture are also very vital in enriching our community with new ideas and perspectives. Our Diversity in Swift work group, which consists of myself, Holly Borla, Paul Hudson, Christina Fox, Mark Alpont, and Devanshi Moda, we're all committed to creating an environment where all of our Swift community members feel valued and supported. And so we've been hard at work on creating efforts and welcoming opportunities that do just that. And one of those efforts is our Swift Mentorship Program. And this program is designed to encourage developers to actively participate in the open source Swift community through direct mentorship with experienced developers. Each mentee has the opportunity to connect with these experienced developers from within the community and learn directly from them with the goal of contributing to an open source Swift project. And we're very, very intentional on how we pair up each mentee and mentor depending upon what the needs and goals are for the mentees. Here's a direct quote from An Pham, who is one of our Swift mentees from our program. She participated last year. And here, An just simply expresses how much she really appreciates the fact that her mentor, Erica, has such a wealth of knowledge when it comes to language design and technical writing, which are really, really powerful skills, especially to be soaking in and digesting these kinds of skills, which will help her throughout her career, well beyond the program, and in addition to the experience of the program as a whole, and just the newfound relationship now that she has with Erica. The Diversity in Swift work group also manages what we call community groups. And these are cultural groups. We currently support 3 different community groups. One of them is Black in Swift, Women in Swift, and Pride in Swift. People who identify in these groups can connect and join in these groups, network with one another, collaborate in these very moderated, privately held safe spaces on Swift forums. And we occasionally host virtual meetups for these communities for them to be able to collaborate, further connect with one another across communities and just within the Swift community at large. And so we're looking to grow as much as possible. We're looking for diversity in minds, diversity in experiences, diversity in culture, in different backgrounds. And if you'd like to learn more about diversity in Swift, please feel free to visit swift.org/diversity. If you would like to join any of these groups, message at diversity-workgroup on Swift forums. And if you'd like to contribute and learn more about how to contribute, visit swift.org/community, /contributing. And I can honestly say, believe it or not, unbiasedly, that Swift is truly one of the fastest growing and progressive languages that we have out there, even at its young age. And it would not be what it is today without the amazing, passionate people who maintain this community on a daily basis. And we're consistently aiming to support, to teach, to learn from, and collaborate with amazing developers. The more diverse the development or cultural perspectives, the greater and the better off the community will be. So if you're not already a part of the community, please consider this your open invitation. We would love to have you join the community. If you'd like to reach us, you can reach out on Twitter, @SwiftLang, and again, on Swift forums, reach out to the diversity work group @diversity-workgroup on Swift forums. And then you can always, send me a tweet if you have any further questions as well. I'll be hanging around the conference as well if you have any further questions throughout the week. But yes, you can reach me @TamiraJ on Twitter. Last but not least, thank you so much. Not only thank you to you all for listening, but also, again, thank you to the All Things Open community for always allowing me a platform to rant and rave about Swift and advocate for Swift over the years. It really has been a pleasure. I'm so happy to be a part of this, like I said, this huge milestone of 10 years. And also, if you're already a member of the Swift community, thank you. Thank you. Again, the community would not be where it is, the language would not be where it is today if it were not for you and all your hard work. So thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Okay, as luck were to have it, our previous speaker, Nikima Prophet, is here. I remember we were, searching for you, Nikima. We were waiting for you, and I'm so glad you're here. So Nikima is going to talk to us. She's a developer advocate at PayPal, and a software developer, a community builder who's based out of California. It's a long trip to make. And she's going to talk about the experience of being left behind and uncared for in tech spaces and perspectives on building more accessible and inclusive products. So with that, Nikima, please come up.
It's going to take me a minute to get set up. I just wanted to make sure that okay. I need to put this in full screen. Sorry. Thank you all for waiting for me. I really thought I missed it, and I'm glad that I can still talk to you. And all of a sudden, I don't know how to do anything with my computer. Okay. No. No. Sorry. That's not it. Let's just go with it. Okay. So this talk is Inclusion is Accessibility. I went through a few different iterations of a title. I started out thinking product inclusion, but some experiences happened between when I had the idea for this talk and now. So there's some changes. So I'm Nikema Prophet. I was here back in 2019 for this event. It was my first time speaking at a conference, and this is coincidentally my second time speaking at a conference, and it's with All Things Open, so I'm super excited. So this section is called the sequel because this is kind of a continuation of the first talk I gave about barriers to entry, trying to get into tech, and I can't do it. But I did it. I'm in tech now. I work at company XYZ. You know, it was announced earlier. That's me when I was here in 2019. And this was me. Let me in, because it was a struggle. It was a struggle. But I wrote all about it. I made a blog post about what I think were the factors that allowed me to get in. So I'm going to use my working definitions of inclusion and accessibility. When I say inclusion, I am meaning I feel safe, I feel I belong, I feel welcomed, and I feel like there's an opportunity, avenues for equity and justice. For accessibility, I mean in the literal sense, like, do I have access? Do I have access to work in the field of my expertise and be hired? Do I have access to inclusive products? And can I be a part of building products? And access to inclusive communities in our tech space. So I want to ask the leaders who hear this talk to be intentional about tackling this issue. Ask somebody. And when I say ask someone, I mean people like me who have experienced being excluded, who have experienced being left behind, but also people who are experts in diversity and inclusion, equity, justice. Hire the experts, hire the people with lived experience, but make sure you pay me what you owe me. Okay, what do people need to feel safe and included? I kind of forgot when I went back, when I started, sorry. This is all from my experience. I am not an expert, but I am the leading expert in my life experience. So all of this, take it as one person's opinions, one person's perspective, I guess. So what do people need to feel safe and included? For myself, that is safety, safety at events, and physical safety is something that I think is not talked about as much as maybe psychological safety, but that's included. The event that I kind of alluded to earlier about things happened between the inception of the talk and now. And one of the things that happened was I attended a tech conference in rural Oregon, and I felt unsafe. I felt unsafe as a Black person in that town. The first thing I saw when I drove into town, because this is a place like 3 hours from the Portland airport, I drove in from California. First thing I saw was a huge Confederate flag at the grocery store. And then the rest of my time there, I did not see other Black people, and I didn't see other ethnicities either. I just saw only white people and like nature. So it wasn't until I got to the conference that I started to see people of color. But I objectively felt unsafe. I was at that conference with my family. I brought my kids with me, and it was rough to have to explain the Confederate flag and the racist history of Oregon, the anti-Black history of Oregon, to my children. And for them to feel unsafe because of racism is something that I wouldn't expect to feel in 2022. And I do know that racism is everywhere. I know that anti-Blackness is everywhere, but I'm used to the California flavor of it, and the Oregon flavor of it was a totally different thing where people would not speak to us. It was just, I've never experienced anything like that. So I say physical safety. Oh gosh. I say physical safety because just because we're in tech, we are not protected against we're not protected for our physical safety. So I saw people I knew at the conference, but what about all the time that I had to spend outside of the conference? Another point about safety is alcohol. When we have so many events centered around alcohol, to me that's making a potentially unsafe event, and it's making it difficult for people for a variety of reasons. It's also something that will lower inhibitions, and people will not behave in the way they should. So I wonder why we have so many networking and so many industry events that center on alcohol. For events, also a code of conduct with enforcement is needed, not just the code, but like, are you taking it seriously? Are there consequences for breaking it? And I'm gonna keep saying this, but ask the experts because I'm not one. Let's see. Accommodations. This was my quote. It's just some of the most qualified and creative people you will never work with are disabled or otherwise denied access. I say that because I experienced it. I am a single mom, and being a parent that is taking care of 2 children, I can't do things like synchronous blocks of time. One example is I had a scholarship to a coding boot camp, which was 100% remote, but you had to be there from 9 to 5. So those are things that are excluding people who would otherwise be able to do the work on their own time. I know there are reasons for wanting synchronous activity, but you really are cutting a lot of people out. In general, I would say flexible schedules would help. Offering remote work would help. Quiet spaces at work, at events, and ways to contribute that don't require video or real-time communication. I think it's, as someone with anxiety and social anxiety and for various reasons just not being comfortable on camera, to require that someone is on camera and communicating with you in real time might be making things harder for people with certain neurodivergence and disabilities. Again, ask the experts. Economic inclusion, I'm probably not gonna go, I don't want to go too long. Economic inclusion and financial trauma is another thing I experienced, just when there are assumptions made about what your economic status is, where I had scholarships to go to events before I had money, before I had my tech job. And I needed a credit card. I needed a credit card to check into a hotel, and I was actually had to go home because I did not have that. So whenever you're assuming, even for people who are employed, don't assume to know what's affordable for them. Don't assume anything about their financial status, because I can tell you right now, I got my tech job in 2020. I'm currently working at a big company, and my financial situation is probably not what people would expect for the people who make the amount of money I make. Oh, I forgot one point, which is this is your final notice. Like, those type of communications are actually a trigger. Like, if you're creating like marketing content and you use those type of subject lines like that sound like a bill collector, it's a trigger. So product inclusion, I think lots of people are considering community as a product now. And again, safety, psychological safety, physical safety. How do you make people feel welcome? And how do you onboard new members? So if I see your community and I want to join, who do I go to? Like, are people going to welcome me? Are they going to be cold? Are they even going to respond when I reach out? Having those things in place go a long way. So with marketing and communication for your products, don't disrespect your audience. Saying things like, oh, this is so easy, your grandma could do it, or your mom could do it. Like, that's inappropriate, and being a mom or grandma doesn't say anything about your technical ability. We all know that, but things like that slip through. Provide introductory content. So yes, you will want to cater to your engineers and technologists who are professionals and working, at the top of the field. But if you want to be inclusive, you have to include the people who are not here yet. So having introductory content in addition to the developers that maybe you want to reach will make people feel more included. Consider the reading levels of the average person. Consider that, and let's not use overly technical terms, jargon, when it's not necessary. And this was similar to the financial trauma issue. It's like, avoid anxiety-inducing titles and subject lines, things that make you feel like something is urgent or an emergency when it's not. So for access in open source, I would say create ways for everyone to contribute. Everyone who's interested should have something they can do. Lower financial barriers to participate, meaning if you are in need of even like a very high-powered computer or things like that, if there's no other way to contribute than to already have access to things that cost a lot of money, that's a barrier. To respect our people in different time zones in different countries. Let's have events, let's have activity that happen in different time zones. And documentation is huge, because if nothing is documented, if there are no policies, then people don't know what to expect, and they don't know what protections they're entitled to. It also helps for new contributors and people who are joining your community to know what to expect. On hiring and career growth, I would say watch out for putting things in your listings that may be accidentally discriminatory. Like, I saw a job listing that said, we're looking for young and energetic XYZ. And I was like, that is openly ableist and discriminating. Passion, like, what's wrong with passion? Nothing's wrong with passion, but if you require passion from someone to do a job, you're saying that this job needs to become the first-class citizen in this person's life, that they need to be working on this job when they're not working, that they need to have this burning passion to do the job. And that's not required to get a job done and to get a job well. Underrepresented groups encouraged to apply. This is kind of annoying to me, because to me it's like, show me, don't tell me. If you're telling me to apply, what do your diversity numbers look like currently? I don't need permission to apply. I want to see that I'm joining an employer that values me and values people from my background. Also, I would like to see more access to apprenticeships and internships. I think the underrepresented groups kind of get crumbs in a lot of ways, where there are programs set aside where you can learn and earn money at the same time, but they end up being so limited in capacity that you still kind of have to be the best of the best to earn a spot. So that kind of defeats the purpose of an apprenticeship, in my opinion, where someone can learn a trade or learn a craft and get paid to do it, instead of already being job ready to get the opportunity. So I would like to know, like, how can we enable people to not just get hired, but to stay here in our industry? My suggestion for all of us is to lift as you climb. There is a lot of content, a lot of like rallying around, let's get people into tech. But once you get here, you don't necessarily know how to stay here, and you don't have the culture. Like, if you're coming from this underrepresented group and you're jumping into a whole new industry, a whole new like corporate culture, those things, you do not know the unspoken rules unless someone teaches you. So I would like to see all of us who are here make sure that we are bringing people up with us and being transparent and honest about our experiences. I didn't know anything about PIPs or performance improvement plans. I had no idea how to navigate that. And it wasn't until after I left my job that I started learning from other people about how that goes and what it means to be managed out. Those are not things that we can assume that people know. They don't know it. They don't know. So I kept saying, refer to the experts, and these are some of the experts that I know. Cheryl Ingram founded Diversity Group. I have Diversify Tech, Benny Kunchi, I don't know, I hope I didn't say her name wrong, and Black Tech Pipeline, founded by Paris Athena. And I am done. Thank you so much for listening and for letting me speak to you after being late. Yeah, that's it.
So we are taking a break for 15 minutes, but before you go on your break, you must hear from Todd about some of the things you can win.
Yeah. So most of you probably, how many were here last year? You saw, okay, so a lot of you were. A lot of you weren't, but a lot of you were. You saw us give away a MacBook Pro at this event. We're going to do the same thing this year. I totally forgot to say that at the very beginning. I can't, of all things to forget, that's probably not the best thing to forget. But I did, so it won't be the last time I do that during this event, I promise. But we are going to give away a MacBook Pro during this event. All you have to do is you just have to be here. And we're going to draw a name randomly. It'll be randomly drawn just like we did last year. We had to go through a couple names last year, if you remember. It took us maybe 4 tries to give away a MacBook Pro. But somebody here will leave with a brand new MacBook Pro. So I do just want to say that. But you do have to be here to win. So by all means, stay around, and we'll do that at the conclusion of the panel segment, which is the final segment. Okay? Thank you.
Sounds
Sorry.
good. No. Okay, we are going on a 15-minute break now. Please come back by 4:15 because we'll start a panel and then we'll take all your questions. So please make sure to write down your questions for all of the speakers today. Thank you.
1, 2. Go ahead.
So if you guys can settle down, we'll get started with the panel. The panel will be for about an hour. The first half an hour will be really introductions from my wonderful panelists. And then it'll be a little bit about their takeaways from today, because today has been a powerful day of talks. So I'd like to hear from them what they got out of the talks. And then we'll go into audience questions. So if you could please, write down your questions and ask us your questions. So let me introduce my panel. Jay Lacroix, who is right there. He'll be joining me. He's the founder of Linux TV. And then Jeremiah Cyrus is going to join me. Jeremiah, are you here? Please join us. Jeremiah, come on down. And then Lisa Marie Nemfi is right here. Lisa and I go way back. We've worked together for a long time. And then Ariel Fox is also here. Ariel, are you here in the room? Yay! That's it, and then myself. So what we'll do is we'll go through introductions, we'll go through some takeaways, and then we'll go into audience questions. Thank you. Okay. So just to quickly introduce ourselves on the panel. I'm Nithya Ruff. I've been your MC all day long, but just a little bit more about me. I head the open source office at Amazon, and I also work very closely with the Linux Foundation board. I sit on the board. I have 2 lovely daughters and live in Raleigh, North Carolina now. And this is a topic that's very near and dear to my heart. I grew up, as a woman of color, and that shapes my experiences. And I definitely want to make sure that doors are open for others to join us in tech and in open source. So with that, Jay, could you introduce yourself, please?
Actually is on.
Are all the mics on?
Check 1, 2. Okay, that's better.
Yes, thank you.
All right, cool. Technical difficulties kind of just are all around my life, dealing with technology all the time, but I love it. So my name is Jay Lacroix. I'm the founder and owner of Learn Linux TV. It's an education company that focuses on Linux, probably the most famous for the YouTube channel of the same name. But I also do courses and I write books as well. Mastering Ubuntu Server, the 4th edition, just came out not that long ago. So I have been a Linux fanatic for over 20 years, and I cannot believe I'm in front of all of you today. It's just been an amazing journey. And one thing I'll say is that while I was along that journey, people have told me, you will never amount to anything in IT. You will never make it. But who's sitting right here in front of you right now? And you know what? Thank you. We're all passionate, and I'm just loving the energy from everybody, and I'm just so excited to be here. Thank you.
Hi. I don't think this is working. Yeah, I don't think this other mic is working. We might need your help. Thank you. Hi, I'm Lisa. Lisa Marie Nampy, technically, but I go by Lisa. And I'm with Cockroach Labs. I'm the head of developer relations for CockroachDB is the database. But my community role is I run a really large user group in San Francisco Bay Area. Right now it's called Cloud Native Containers. It started as the first ever OpenStack user group, and then we got into Docker, and then Mesosphere, then Kubernetes, and now we just love telling end user stories. So if you're in the San Francisco Bay Area and you want to speak at a meetup, come hit me up. But I've been an open source advocate for so many years. I'm now also a CNCF ambassador, just because I just think open source is, as everyone has been talking about today, an incredible way to build community, build opportunity, meet people, get advocates, and we can talk more about that. But I'm so pleased to be on stage with Nithya. Once again, somebody mentioned something about sponsors earlier, and the value of that and go get one. And I just thought, well, Nithya's been my sponsor for so long, and I looked around the room and I thought, Nithya's probably been the sponsor for about half the room for so many years. So really grateful to you for asking me to be here. A little bit tired because I just spent 6 nights in Detroit at KubeCon, but I'll try to keep it together because this is important and I'm glad to be here.
Hi everyone. Gosh, it's been a while since I've been on a stage that's this big with this amount of my voice that I can hear back to me. I'm Errol Fox. My pronouns are they, them. I work for an organization. We've just changed our name, formerly called Simply Secure, now called Superbloom. I actually started my open source career in an organization which might be familiar called Ushahidi. Ushahidi are a Kenyan open source humanitarian organization that created a crowdsourcing tool for the Kenyan elections back in 2007, 2008. So I work a lot on human rights tools, and at Superbloom, sorry, I'm still gonna mix up the name because we only just changed it last week. We work on a lot of human rights and privacy and security related tools, and I'm a designer. So I am really stoked to have heard from numerous other designers and other people that are not designers talking about design. It's super cool. From a community perspective, I've helped to wrangle the open source design.net community for about 4 or 5 years. And that's a great community of designers of all different kinds and all different levels of experience doing design in open source. And also the Sustain Design and UX podcast, so where we do lots of interviews with designers about open source, and we also have a working group. That's me.
Hey, oh, okay, it's working. Hey everyone, I'm Jemiah Sayas. I am the head of developer experience at New Relic, where I focus on leading our developer relations org, all of our technical content outside of the docs. So things like our open source sites, developer sites, technical blogs, pretty much any property that deals with technical content for the company. And also developing most of our open source demo applications, our large scale demo platform for the organization, and managing our presence at events like this. So that's me at work. I'm from Miami originally, and I also am a founding member of a 501c3 nonprofit there that focuses on dealing with homelessness and disaster within unrepresented communities. We've been working in that space for about 7 or 8 years, helping somewhere around 300,000 people so far. And now we're looking at creating solutions that would allow us to develop scalable models to deal with some of the same problems, as well as trying to figure out how do we use technology as a way to combat homelessness or issues that the working poor deal with. And so that's just me.
Wow. Such an amazing panel of people. So what I'm going to ask each of you to spend a few minutes to talk about is What were the top 3 or 4 takeaways today from listening to all these amazing talks? And, you know, what do you want to kind of elaborate on or build on from these talks? So, starting with you.
So I think that something that everyone has in common is that there's something that they're passionate about. There's something that they want to do. Maybe it's a hobby, maybe it's work, and obviously we're here because open source is awesome, because that's what it is. But what I don't understand is why it's the situation where if you want to do something, that's not good enough. If you want to do something, you want to join a company, you want to get into a project and contribute to it, that doing it can, just getting out the door and doing it can be the hardest thing to do because there's people that are telling you that you can't. And that is not what we're trying to hear, and after a while, that can really bring you down. And how many people could have also been up here with us that would have been up here with us but are now doing a job that they didn't want to do, that they're not passionate about because someone told them that they couldn't, and they were believed. And I think that's a big problem, a really big problem. But everyone that was here talking has persevered through that, and they've told stories about their experiences, their challenges, their desires, and their goals, and what they want to achieve. And they did it. And that's amazing, and I really appreciate that because I think everyone up here is setting an example for anyone out there that was ever told that they couldn't. And you know what? They're doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, one of the impactful things I already mentioned from Jerome's talk, so many of those slides were impactful. The bias written into software, don't get me started on that one. We gave a talk at KubeCon about that. But the 1 in 12 underrepresented minorities having a sponsor as opposed to 1 in 5 males, and the impact of not having a sponsor, that was huge. But also, Peter's talk, all the talks had something impactful. I could go on forever, but I'll just pick one. So Peter's talk about hiring, for those of you that were here, and the slide he had, I think it was a quote from someone from HP or research that they did, who said that women will want to check every single box or they won't apply for a job, whereas, as we know what the flip side of that is, men will apply for a job they don't feel overqualified for. Women won't apply for a job because we'll feel underqualified. So it's exactly the opposite mentality for so many people. And I've really had to think very carefully about how we write our job recs and how much stuff we put in, because the old tendency used to be, well, let's just ask for a ton of stuff because no one's going to have everything. But that was weeding out a lot of women, and especially younger or not even age-wise, but not as experienced, newer to the industry. And if you think about what ends up happening, the flip side of that is when a woman does get into the role, or an underrepresented minority, the amount of stuff that we take on because we feel like there's absolutely no room for failure. So Guy and I were just talking about this, last night. You pile it all on, and it can be frustrating for your colleagues. So it's like, oh, you took on too much. Why do you take so much on? Because you need to focus and be like really good and ensure success. It's not that we don't have a choice. We feel like we have to. So we don't say no. All the projects get dumped, and we feel like we have to, and that we have to knock them all out of the park, or we're not going to be successful. And it's exactly the opposite. You have to laser focus. You have to learn how to say no. You have to be able to have boundaries, and then you will truly be successful. And you have I think Patty Azzarello calls them ruthless priorities. The glass ball that you don't want to drop, and let the other ones drop. It's really, really hard for us, but you have to be able to do that. And that was one of the things I got out of Peter's talk. I don't know if Peter's still here, but thank you, Peter.
3 things. One of the most enjoyable things to see today was, I remember Nakima's talk in 2019, and I really enjoyed it then, and I enjoyed your sequel, obviously. It was great. I love when the stage is shared between people that we we have weird ways of attributing merit in the community. Some people might agree, some people might disagree, but the way that we acknowledge the value of people and the things that they do in open source is often really skewed, whether it's what they do, i.e. code is often more wanted than other things in the open source space, or whether it's the length of service that they've been here. And I think that the more that we share the space with different kinds of people doing different kinds of things in open source for different lengths of time, different experiences, this is what is going to help our community become more inclusive overall. It's just going to become the thing that we do. It's going to become normal, ordinary, that we include all these different kinds of ways of doing things in open source. So I love hearing personal experiences of how people engage with the topic of open source and tech. I think we need more of that. I love hearing about human rights, and human rights from an organizational perspective that didn't sound, how do I want to put this? Performative.
Yeah.
So coming from like a tiny nonprofit that does like a load of stuff with some of the trickiest tools around surveillance and anti-surveillance and kind of circumvention of internet censorship and things like that, it's really great to hear a big organization like Cisco really put their all behind topics around human rights. And again, would love to see more happening there. And as an organization that's hiring recently, I've learned today and been reminded of several things that I want to take back to our hiring process. So those are my 3 things.
So I'm going to front load my answer to help myself out so I don't forget what my 3 things were. They deal with biases, the hiring process, and there was one that speaks about sponsorship. So those are going to be my 3. And they all really hit like really close to home for me. So starting off in biases, I think that it was really cool to hear someone speak about how important it is for us to start addressing some of those biases that we have individually that start to show up in the technology that we create. And that's really how they get there, right? Because it's us that's writing the code. And so if we can start dealing with those issues internally, it's going to lead to less of that being a problem, but also then starting to building testing systems and making sure that we're programming our like models the right way, or really testing them thoroughly to make sure that we're starting to address them and try to figure out solutions there. I think it's really important for us to start making these efforts is because we've heard of some of the instances where, oh, the hand dryer doesn't recognize brown skin, and things like that start to show up, but it gets a lot more dangerous when it's not the hand dryer that's not recognizing brown skin. And so for me, in 2016, I had almost a SWAT team show up at my job, where I really thought I was going to jail and I had no idea what was going on. It was basically a machine model or like an AI system flagged me for doing bank fraud at a bank that I'd never been into. It's just like my image from Facebook photos, and that was just because the system didn't recognize brown skin or brown faces well, and so it did a very improper match. And the way that that kind of really impacted my life at that state of like me fearing that I'm going to lose my job, fearing that I'm going to jail, and being put inside of this, SUV with my driver's license being the size of like a standard size sheet of paper. It was just like, wow, this is really crazy. So from personal experience, the bias one was like, we need to make as many improvements as we can there, because it really impacts you at a human level if we allow those things to continue to happen. And I didn't go to jail eventually, just some really awkward conversations with the cops that I never want to have again. The second one is hiring practices, and as I'm in a space to where I am responsible for hiring and crafting job descriptions and putting together interview plans and schedules, and also being responsible for the humans that are on my team and assisting them in navigating their career and advancing their career paths, it was some very valuable talking points in there that I know I need to take back, and it made me think of one of my experiences to where I had a take home, and it's like, I don't want to do this, right? But I want the job, but I do not want to do this. And I came into tech from a design side. I used to be a designer that taught myself how to code, and ended up being a front-end developer to start like my tech career. And in design, you do not want to design for free. That's like one of the things of like, I'm not doing that. You know, like we'll talk about rates but so it started to make me think of like how it's acceptable to say in the interview, I want you to build me this thing, or I want you to write, you know, this blog post for me, and that's okay. But if I was a designer, I'd be like, I'm not doing that. You know, so it really made me think of like some of the practices that we put into place. It makes me question, why does the tech interview feel like you're running a marathon, you know, at 6 hours when you're in a room with multiple people, and how do we make that process better? You know, why should I feel flustered and exhausted at the end of an interview cycle? Or if I don't make it to lunch, then I know I probably didn't get the job. You know, it's all these things that it really made me consider. And so I thought that was a very valuable talk. And then my third one, front loading. Okay, so I always speak about like the importance of mentorship, and I thought for many years I wanted a mentor. I had no idea how to find one. It's just something that I always hoped someone would see me teaching myself how to code, staying up late at night and sacrificing my weekends and saying, you're passionate about this, let me take you under my wing and help you. And it never fully happened that way, but I did get to speak with a few people in the course of like the later stages of my career, speaking about mentorship and how important it is. But I spoke with a hiring manager at Ultimate Software, and we had a really deep conversation of like, how do you go from mentorship to sponsorship? And so seeing the slide where I never really spoke to anyone else about sponsorship, I think it is important for us to understand what that really means, right? Whereas mentorship is, I'm gonna help guide you, or I'll give you some advice. Whereas when you get to the level of sponsoring someone, it's when they're not in the room, right? Like you are gonna stand up for that person and say, I know John can do that job, or I know she can do that job, and we should give that to her. Rather than us pulling someone else in from outside, we should look internally, and I'm gonna recommend that person. That is true sponsorship. I'm gonna put my name out there with you, and we're gonna make sure that you get this level of advancement. And I think that that's incredibly important. And I hope that people, even now at this part of my career, sponsoring me when I'm not in the room, and I look forward to doing that for my employees and my friends as well, of like, I know this individual, I know they're capable of doing the work, and so this is who we should be speaking to. So those were like my 3 takeaways.
Powerful, powerful points.
Yeah, can someone live tweet that? Sponsor people who are not in the room. Can I say one more thing? Because I'm also having memory issues, obviously, because I didn't even realize we were supposed to say 3. So I want to add one because Fatika's talk was amazing. And one of the points where she said if you're going to make, this was talking about, you know, coding and open source projects and contributing, and if you're going to make it for someone, you have to make it with someone. So if you want to make sure you're including everybody in your technology, you have to make sure you're including everybody in the process. And I believe there was an analogy of like, don't just scratch your own itch, scratch somebody else's. It wasn't her analogy, it was a quote. It's kind of weird. I feel weird even saying it. But I think it goes beyond that, and she took it beyond that. It's basically, you can't know what you don't know. So of course you're going to make software that you love, and you're going to open source it out. That's the ethos of our industry, right? I love that. Everybody I went to high school with wrote something they needed and then thought their friends might need it too. But they're not going to be able to write something that somebody else needs unless somebody else tells them that. And they're not probably going to ask unless they are told to ask. So these things have to be incredibly deliberate, and I loved that part of her presentation. We have to get deliberate about this. And inclusion doesn't just mean someone who's technical to write that code, because if you still need the information, even if you write the code, right? But you need to collaborate. So I loved that. And then something for the audience, the talk that wasn't given today, Lisa Schisler-Smith, she was going to talk about old and overlooked ageism in tech. I was really wanting to hear this talk, and I think we're going to open up the end for more comments, and if anybody has thoughts, this is why I'm giving you a heads up, so you can think about it a little bit. I would love to hear people's thoughts and insights about that, because I think that's something that, it's a presentation I haven't seen delivered hardly ever. It's a talk we have all the time in the elevator between some of us, but we just don't have that openly in a forum like this. So If anyone has expertise in this area and thoughts, cue it up. We'll pass around the mic.
I would say +1 to that. You know, I mean, this industry is so young, and it tends to favor the young, and but yet we have incredibly experienced and seasoned people that need to be in this industry to add their dimension, add their superpowers to the conversation. Some of the takeaways for me, to Jeremiah's point, I think there's a saying that people are more mentored than sponsored, especially women. Speaking from a woman's perspective, everybody thinks that they can give us advice, but nobody really opens the door for us. And so you do need a sponsor, someone, like you said, in promotion conversations or in assignment conversations or in recommending for a raise or taking up a job. You need someone who will say, I know this person and I'm going to vouch for this person and stand behind them. A couple of other thoughts that I liked. I liked what Nikima said about unwritten rules. You know, we invite people to come into tech, but we don't tell them how it works. We don't tell them the game or the rules or, how promotions happen or how, performance management happens. And so you end up, feeling blind and not knowing how to optimize your career or how to get to the next step or how to network or communicate or be strategic. You're told all these things. Be more strategic, network more. But you say, how? Tell me how and where and, how to do it. So I thought that was really, really wonderful. And the last thing I will say is, over the years, we've kind of talked about diversity, then we've talked about inclusion. I love the talk about equity, what it means, and what belonging means. The definition of belonging is really towards the person themselves, right? The person saying, yes, I do feel heard, I do feel like I'm here, and I fit in. It's not about an action to bring them in. It's them saying, yes, your action was successful, and I do feel included. So that was fantastic.
Can I mention something about that topic as well? Because
Yes.
Ruby's talk, that hit home. I don't know if Ruby's still here also, but that was beautiful. And she used one of those famous quotes about diversity as being
Yes.
invited to the dance and
Yes.
inclusion's being asked to dance or whatever, invited to the party, asked to dance. And then the analogy of the E being the on-ramp to the door, somebody building an on-ramp to the door. I really think you need to take that so much further. Like, you have to really think about what that means, because it means sponsorship so much earlier in the process. Like, maybe this was a school dance that they were talking about. Well, who's in this school in the first place? Who got included to be in this school? How, if you don't have an adequate representation, that's not by accident, right? These things are not by accident, and that you have to be deliberate about correcting those non-accidents over the years. So that involves scholarships and sponsorships, and maybe you're bringing people that live in different neighborhoods. So how do they get there? What, the commute that we hear about that's 2 hours long for some people and 5 minutes long for others. So are you sponsoring Uber rides to the bus station or Uber rides all the way to the school? I mean, all of the miles and the steps that you have to take to make sure that we correct these gaps that are all over the place. And look, one of my favorite organizations, a charity that one of the communities I work with sponsors a lot, and our company now does too, is called The Last Mile. And they go in and train incarcerated citizens and make sure that when they get out of jail or prison, they can immediately go into the workforce in tech jobs. So they're teaching, it's like a coding school for incarcerated individuals. Well, if you think about who's being incarcerated in this country, this is closing a much needed gap to get a much underrepresented minority back into the workforce. But if you don't do these things this deliberately, they don't happen. So I liked that point too from Ruby's talk.
Yep. So we'll open it up to the audience for questions. If you have a question, do we have an extra mic for them? I can give up my mic.
I think we're using all the mics.
Yeah. We can have someone, Jay, hi, would you mind taking the mic? If you have a question, if you could put your hand up, and then Guy will help you with the mic.
Hello. Well, that's me. This is something I encountered when I entered tech because I came in non-traditionally. I was actually unemployed when I discovered a free code boot camp that could teach me how to program. And when I started doing the classes, I was working part-time, minimum wage job, and that's all I had ever known. Then I got hired, and I realized I was supposed to know a bunch of things that I didn't know. I didn't understand what I was supposed to do with retirement. They kept saying 401k. I'm like, I don't know what that means. Should I ask them? Is it bad that I don't know? I would like to know like some of the ideas you have around that intro period when people get brought into a team and they're kind of expected to have all this knowledge about savings and life insurance and all that stuff, but they may not know, but how to kind of engage them in a way that doesn't shame them for not being aware of these things.
I'll just say something quick and then hand it off to you all. I would say if companies can do a baseline assessment, you know, when someone comes on board and ask them the questions, do you need additional information on this? Do you know what this means? Or, you know, you will be asked to go sign up for all these things. And what is your knowledge level? So if they can kind of gauge where you're coming from and where you are, and then match the onboarding program to some of the gaps that you may have, because all of us have gaps. It's just in different areas, you know, and then tailor the onboarding program to what you need. That would be, I think, fantastic. I know at our company we have an onboarding program where a manager can assign a buddy, assign a mentor, and tailor the types of training programs that they have to take for the next 3 months. It's a 3-month program. The buddy system especially, I found, works tremendously. Just having, so I've been in the workforce for 30-some years, but this company was brand new to me, and having a buddy who knew how to navigate the company was huge.
Yeah, I would say, just hop in a little bit, I agree. Having an onboarding buddy absolutely helps. If it's not a process that your company has, then speaking with your manager about it, about possibly connecting you with someone that can serve, you know, as someone that you maybe meet with weekly for your first few weeks, just so you can ask those questions. Also, I think by putting together a custom onboarding plan with, you know, welcome to the company, Slack channels that you may want to join, calling out key people within the organization that you may want to meet in your first 30, 60, 90 days, and some of the things you may want to ask them is what I would normally do when I'm onboarding a new person, as well as recommending set trainings. I think that's on the management side of like doing your best work to make sure that the person you're bringing on is successfully onboarded and has the right connections, at least the ones that you can think of, you know, as a recommendation. And you're never really going to hit that 100% mark of supporting every single one of their needs, because on an individual basis things will change, but also being open to the conversation of making sure that your new person feels comfortable with speaking to you and letting you know kind of like what's needed. And then you, as the IC or a new person that's joining the company, you have to be willing to advocate for yourself and speak up as far as like, hey, I need these things in order for me to be successful, or I have these questions. So never really feel that you can't just kind of like advocate and speak up for yourself. It's one thing that all underrepresented groups have to do better, and I learned that, you know, along this journey. I think another thing that's been incredibly helpful for me is ERGs, right? So when I first joined New Relic in particular and a few other companies, ERG is an employee resource group, and it gives you a space that, for me, it gave me a space that felt a bit safer because it was people that were easier for me to relate to. And so whereas I may not be comfortable going into my team's channel, it's like, hey, I have no idea how to do this thing, I could go in the ERG channel and say, I have no idea how to do this thing, you know, can someone help? And then people will reach out. And so those are some of the resources I think that are just incredibly helpful in successfully onboarding a new person to the company. But even going past onboarding, you know, making sure that all over the long term that you feel that you have like the right connections and support you need to do your best work. because as you take on new roles or teams change or you get promoted, the dynamic of the work that you're doing is always going to be shifting. Like nothing that we do in tech is static, and so making sure that we always have those resources are important.
Sorry, do you want to? Okay. In tech and open source, we often put a lot of emphasis on confidence and yeah, I got this, and not so much on curiosity and openness of asking questions. And I think that needs to be much more embraced as something that we, openness in all stuff, right? Not openness in just our code or the other things that we open up, but openness in ourselves and how we welcome people into our space. Because work is scary. There's always things that are new terms. I worked on a project about magic wormholes recently. I didn't know what a magic wormhole was. What? Yeah, right. If you want to know, I can. If you don't know, I can try and tell you later on. But they're cool. But there's always stuff that we're all learning, and I do think the buddy system is great. We use it a lot in Superbloom. And we don't necessarily limit people to just one buddy. And within our management system as well, we've got people managers that are looking after people's progress, but we're welcomed and encouraged to talk to anybody on a peer level, to share with anybody that we feel more or less or equally comfortable with. I have a peer buddy that has helped me work through a company statement that we've had for a little while, which is that we're a women-led organization at Superbloom. And as somebody that regularly gets perceived to be a woman, but I am not a woman, I was concerned that having this as our company statement would make people think default that I'm a woman when I'm not. So I had a buddy advocate for me with this, and she was actually the one that approached me and said, do you feel comfortable about this? And I was like, no, actually, I really appreciate you asking. So having that kind of empathy and understanding to endorse that buddy system is really good, encourage that amongst staff. And I guess the other thing that Superbloom does, and Ushahidi did as well, I don't know if they still do it, but we actually curate and build our company policies openly and together in our meetings. So if we are thinking about our holiday policy, how we want to work together. All of our different official policies go through all members of staff. We're quite small, so we're able to do this well. But it does mean that we get to put our 2 cents into every policy that we agree to, and that they're never, always 100% set in stone. They can be amended if something changes or it changes in the world, because a lot changes in the world, and we should be able to be flexible for that as organizations.
And one thing I'll add, just that I haven't heard said yet that I think is super important, when you're looking at the job that you're considering, ask about that. Choose a company that does this really well. Because if the company's going to invest in your onboarding and help you be successful, that's probably a really good place that you want to work. So as you're interviewing, interview them about how they onboard and what processes are in place. One of the reasons I chose Cockroach Labs is because they have a very famous, very open, transparent, open sourced even interviewing process and onboarding process. It's called Molting, month of learning things, because we lean into all cockroach analogies. But the molting it's a month where you're not expected to just dive into your work and do all the things. They actually give you a month to learn things. And so that's going to include all the things, your financial stuff, your healthcare stuff. I mean, that's even more confusing than the financial stuff, right? Oh my gosh. So all of that stuff. But the last thing I'll say is with the financial thing, I mean, I know it's daunting and scary. You just gotta drive right through that fear and ask those questions, because one of the reasons we don't have a seat at the table is because we're too scared to ask. We're too scared to walk through that door and go in that room, and it has caught us out historically through so many things. So I know it's scary, I know it's daunting, I don't know anything about finances or healthcare, but those are the most important things. Those are the seats at the table that you need. So bust through that fear, get mentors outside the company, however you have to solve that, but please solve that. Everybody do yourself a favor and solve that one.
So in regards to being onboarded and trying to understand, health insurance and all these other things that you may or may not be excited about, one word that I really dislike is assumption. I feel like that's at the root of so many things that are really, really bad. And I've unfortunately had a lot of turnaround, going through work with companies just, being sold or closing down. So I know what it's like to be the new person, and it is so awkward. And then to be the new person and you don't really understand what they're telling you about, benefits and things like that. That's really hard, especially if you're in a group onboarding and you have to be like not understanding things in front of other people, and you may or may not be okay with that vulnerability. That puts you in a position where, you're starting a company and you are super anxious, and that is not a good way to get things started. Later on in my career, I worked at a company, and their onboarding process, part of that was, these are the key people that work here that we recommend that you know. And they didn't stop there, though. They didn't just give you the names and just call it good like a lot of other companies did. They then said, what I want you to do is put time on each of these people's calendar. And at first I thought that was interesting. I thought, am I going to be annoying these people? Are they going to be like, oh God, another meeting? No, it was expected by everybody. If you didn't put time on their calendar, something was up, because it was part of the culture to do this. So every time a new person joined, they were told, go ahead and put time in their calendar. And not one person complained. Not one person appeared put off by this. And is it possible somebody might have been inconvenienced? Maybe, but I don't think so. Either they're really good actors, or I felt like they really were interested in knowing more about me. And part of that, each one of them asked, are you good? Do you have what you need? And it was so amazing to me to be asked those things. And it kind of helps with being new, because that is one of the hardest things when you're new to a job. You know nobody. You just gave up your previous job. Maybe you wanted an advancement. The previous job wasn't paying you enough. So now you're over here and you're getting paid. Good, great. But you got to love the company too. And I feel like some employers just don't do a good job of putting them in, themselves in your shoes. And I think that should be a focus.
Can I add one thing?
Yes.
I'm going to plug a repository because we're at an open source conference. My boss, my ED, made a project one time called Adulting. So if you go on GitHub and look up, I think it's called Adulting, I'll find it. But it's like a repository for all the stuff that you're supposed to know as an adult, and you can openly contribute to that. So I think she'd probably be a bit embarrassed if I was plugging it. But it's a great source of information about all these different things, and it's probably something that we should be maintaining a bit more openly.
That's a really good site to know. I think there's another speaker question there. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you. So I want to loop back to the idea of being the voice in the room and lifting people up. So that happens, someone is lifted up, there's a vacancy. Someone else is lifted up, they fill it. There's a vacancy. Someone else is lifted up, they fill it. There's a vacancy. At some point in time, the entry level, there's a vacancy, and that's really where I'm kind of getting at with my question. Tech skews young. We've talked about that, and of course we all know that. And here I am, 50 years old, and even I've tried to hide that on all of my intakes. If you take a look and say, well, he graduated college in 1994, let's go back 4 years. He entered in 1990, 18 years. He was born in 1972. Oh my God, he's old. I recently ran into a situation. I've been unemployed for 5 months, and I'm not quite at that point of desperation yet. Okay, I am, but I'm masking it. But I reached out to a recruiter and kind of hid all of that. The recruiter wanted to talk to me. And then as I started putting details in, the recruiter said, oh, you know what, for your experience and everything, this job only pays X $1,000. That might be something that's a little more challenging for you. Why don't you let me go back and talk to my other people, and we'll see if we can get, and I've never heard from him since. I've reached out to other recruiters in that company on LinkedIn. I've responded to him on LinkedIn. So, we need the ugly elephant in the room that unfortunately wasn't addressed today, is ageism in tech. How do those folks who are coming in, maybe Act 2, Act 3, the bonus act, how do we get those voices in the room who will speak for us when we're going for that entry-level position? Like, yeah, okay, so he's not going to be making what he did at his previous job, but he wants to get in here. No.
Great question. How do you not make assumptions about the person that they're too experienced or too seasoned for this role, and you know, and open the door for them to enter this role? That's a great question. I don't know if any of you have got anything to add, you know, to speak to that.
Yeah, I would say I think of ageism often. I mean, I'm aging, right? And so we're in this career where being cutting edge is normally viewed as being young, fresh out of college. Like, that's how you know what's trending or what's coming. And I don't necessarily agree. I don't have an answer for it, right? I think that we're going to have to start dealing with that as one of the main biases that we'll start to experience as we all age in tech or with tech. But in listening to your question, I think that there's a few things that we also just have to stop in general, and a part of it is the idea of you're not going to make as much as in the last role. It doesn't matter. Like, the role that I'm applying for, or the job that I'm looking for now, shouldn't depend on what I made at my previous job. If I made the decision to apply for it, then I understand that that comes with a pay increase or a pay decrease, so it's an understanding that the individual is aware of this and it's a decision that they made. Another thing is that we have to be more focused on just the merit of the work, regardless of how old or young you are, your background, your color, your, like, any of that stuff. Can you do the work? Like, technically, can you do it? Are you a good enough designer to do the design work? Are you, you know, whatever it is that you're doing, if you can do the work, then that's the only thing that really should matter. And I think until we can get to that point, we're always going to experience some of these issues, and so that's what we, you know, should be working towards, hopefully.
So first of all, when you have somebody who wants to work for you and you turn them away for a really dumb reason, I mean, that's just the most horrible thing ever. But I've seen and experienced stages, I mean, I haven't experienced it, but I have witnessed it, being in management, which I later worked into within my career. I remember there was an opening in a entry-level help desk department in which I worked. And they wanted me to, you know, find someone in the company that I think would be a good fit. And the person that I wanted was a 50-year-old black man. That's who I wanted in that seat. He was the best person for the job, there's no question about it. He was always so nice and caring to the people on the phone, and I felt like we need that. And he really does a great job. And what was so horrible about this was when I told him that I wanted him in that position, he looked at me like I'm playing this cruel joke on him, like I'm going to lead him up to work in this role and then just leave him high and dry. I mean, he looked at me like, and he literally said, "Why do you want me?" He had this look on his face, like, "Why did you want me?" And I literally said, "Because you're the best person for the job." And he himself was made not to believe it. And I think that's about being the change that you want to see. But the problem is, when you're the one going for the job, you can't be the change that you want to see, because you're trying to get the job, and it's the people on the inside that need to make the change, but you're not even, you can't even get to the inside yet. So I feel like if more people will stand up and just choose the right person for the job and leave their stereotypes at the door, things will be a lot better. But if you're the job applicant, I feel like it's not your job to solve this, because it's the leaders that need to solve this. Hopefully you get that job, you become a leader, and you can be the person in making the change that you want to see. But at the same time, that's a really horrible predicament to be in. And working in management, I even remember another person I wanted to hire was an older woman, and she was very passionate about technology. She just wanted her foot in the door. She went through the AWS certifications, and she was really trying. And then my boss was like, "She's older, she's a woman," and that really offended me. And he literally told me that he's going to hold me accountable if this doesn't work out. It was one of the most horrible things that I had to work with. Thankfully, that company doesn't exist anymore. However, the thing is, when I hired her in, The highlight of that for me was promoting her into system administrator, which is the job that she wanted all along. And that was one of the highlights of my career.
Awesome. Any other questions? I saw a few more hands go up.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Oh, right here?
sorry.
Okay, sorry.
Hi.
We'll come to you.
This also relates to ageism. I kind of tick the box for probably most of the diversity categories. And I've been a developer for a very long time. Ageism is something that I've never so far experienced, which I'm happy to say, but I have experienced in my last position not getting a certain job for being a woman. And I got the other job, which once I got inside of the company, it was apparent that I wasn't part of the boys club. But my question actually to you is, because of my age and because I associate with a lot of people who are seniors, in their everyday life, these days, everything is surrounded by technology. And, you know, going to the grocery store, going to the gas station, you know, using a credit card, going online and paying for something. And I find that a lot of applications are not geared towards seniors. And there are seniors who will refuse to take part in technology because it's not easy. And even as a developer, I find some applications that as a layperson, I use them as a layperson, and it's like, wow, you know, what happened? I mean, even banking online or paying a bill, where an application looks like one thing for, you know, 10, 15 years, and then all of a sudden with no notice, with no, you know, they use icons. And if you're not familiar with the new icons, then it's like, wow. For the longest time when they changed one application for me, I wasn't as familiar with the log off icon. I had seen it, but it just wasn't one of those things where, you know, it had been used in anything I've done for a while. And it took me a long time to figure out how to log off of my application. And I thought, wow, I mean, this is for young people. This is for someone 30 and under who is used to going on these applications and seeing nothing but icons with no, you know, when you click on the icon, there's usually a pop-up, you know, a little ghost, a balloon that will say what it is. And in applications I've used, I've done that. So my question to you after this long presentation is, how in your programming or development or technical life are you considering, or have you worked towards improving some of the technology that you're involved in to support people that are seniors?
That's just an incredible question. You know, when we talk about accessibility, we talk about people with disability or people from different languages or different, you know, other dimensions. We often, I don't see actively people talking about how do we make it accessible and easy to use for seniors. I think that's a completely neglected area, at least in all of the areas that I have seen. And yet the senior market is such a huge, huge market. And we have to make it easy for seniors to use tech. Otherwise, I think it excludes them from opportunity, frankly, and are subject to a lot of fraud. because they don't understand how some things work. And if a phishing email comes or a text comes, they don't know how to tackle it. I think senior education and accessibility for seniors is a huge, huge gap that I see. So thank you for bringing it up. Do you all see that gap as well? Yes.
I mean, they're not going to be able to learn. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I should say, add to the list of people that you're going to sponsor some seniors, because they're not
love
going to be
that.
able to learn all of the technology. There is some technology that is being deliberately written to help, but just let's face it, they're not going to be able to. So make sure you're spending the time and you're sponsoring not just the people in your own family, but volunteer places, and sponsor somebody that you can.
Yeah.
I think it goes back to some of the talks. I think Vithika and someone else, apologies, I've forgotten name, but it's design with or co-design processes. This is why design is such an important aspect. Design doesn't just mean the colors of buttons and the icons, it means the meaning of those to different kinds of people at different points in time. And the reason that we have an iterative design process, or we should invest in an iterative design process, is because things change over time. The meanings of words, the use of emojis, all this kind of new stuff that's changing a lot, it needs to consistently be invested in as like a effort to design with for those products, and explicitly design with.
I'm sorry, we only have time for one more question, which is right here. But we can talk at the reception. Okay.
Okay. Yep. Hi, I'm Brianna Jackson. So I work at Cisco. I work with diversity data, and on the there's a new team called the fairness team. So I wanted to ask about if there is any examples that y'all have of using data with helping with the decision making in your work that touches on the DEIB space. Yeah, I just wanted to learn a little bit more. I feel like a lot of people talk about the data needs, and and some of the data does exist, but then they forget about looking back at the data when something does change to see if it reaches the main intent that was originally started.
That's funny. I just gave another talk last week on that topic. It was called Data-Driven DE&I. And obviously the E is, like as Nithya said in the beginning, the thing that I always just try to lean in on because it's so important, and it's probably, people still say D&I, and you have to say the E, that's the accountability. That is what is going to close the wage gap. That's going to keep people, accountable, honestly. And data is a great way to show the gap. So one of the data points that I was talking about last week, we just did a Kubernetes report. One of the communities I work with is called the Data on Kubernetes community. And one of the cool things, I'll talk about this a little tomorrow during Community Leadership Summit, but if you're organizing a community, some of the cool things you can do is like commission these reports and get data. You should always be looking at the data and figuring out what you want to measure and what's important, and then how are you going to use that data to show to whoever whatever you need to prove. So one of the data points that came out of the Kubernetes report was about really it showed the skills gap. It showed, security was the #1 issue, but talent and hiring talent was the #2 issue. So by the way, if there's anyone here in the Kubernetes ecosystem looking for a job, 60% of the enterprises says they're hiring in the next 3 to 6 months, even though we're in like a recession, not recession, hiring freeze. So people are hiring for these skills. How do we make sure, though, that we're getting, skills gaps filled? And this is something, if you think about like how generational wealth has really held a lot of our communities back in this country in terms of wealth and who has it and who passed it down. You have that same thing in education. You absolutely have that same thing in enterprise software. So if you think about the early adopters to a project like Kubernetes, those corporations are way ahead of, just like early adopters of any technology, right? And they're profitable now in numbers that this report showed. So one of the things we encouraged is if you happen to work at one of those corporations, you've got to lend your privilege, you've got to lend your, your access, bring in folks to help close some of these gaps, but you have to be deliberate about it. And if you're in a corporation that has DE&I metrics that hopefully go all the way to the top, like the board, you can take that kind of data and say, okay, here's an issue. everybody's hiring for this. We need to hire for this, but here's who we need to hire. And we're going to look in different places that we didn't look before. And so that's one example of data, looking at those reports that look at trends in communities, but not thought leader trends that come from enterprises that were interviewed.
I might ask a clarifying question about your question, which is, are you looking also for like examples of when data has been used to affect a tool or a product? Right, cool, okay. No worries. Because I don't know a lot about chaos, but also when I think about data and open source, I think of the Chaos Project, which is always worth a look at. In the design process, what we do with data is contextualize it. So data is great if we get data on open source usage of a tool and products. That's how we use that in combination with a number of other kind of design-related contextual tools and research to make sure that that data is not just numbers on, not just numbers that we talk about on a slide, that it becomes real changed things with functions or whatever needs to be changed within a tool or a process or a community or whatever needs changing, and that we can measure that throughout the progress through like a rigorous user testing process and those kinds of things. So that's kind of the process. But one thing that I'd love to mention is that there's a tool called Clear Insights, which is a privacy and security, respecting data, open source data tool, which is well worth a look at.
So with that, we'd like to conclude the panel, and I want to thank all of my panelists. This was an incredible discussion, an insightful discussion, and you all asked some great questions. I wish we could take a lot more questions. The reception at 5:15, we are slightly behind, is, I believe, downstairs, and it's sponsored. It's right. Oh, okay. Fantastic.
But wait, Todd, don't you want to do the thing before everybody leaves?
Oh, yes, yes. And a big thank you to Intel for sponsoring the reception. I also want to thank Guy Martin for taking the mic around for everybody, and our fantastic AV team that helped us throughout the day. Thank you very much. And back to you, Todd.
Thank you, Nithya, for hosting the entire day. Yeah, but he's going to do the thing.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, to everyone that participated, thank you all. Thank you, thank you. I remember I warned you that I would thank you many, many times before you left, and I'm only on thank you number 5, so we've got about 10 more to go. I can squeeze 10 more in the next 5 minutes. I do want to remind you of the Community Leadership Summit taking place tomorrow. How many are coming back tomorrow or Tuesday or Wednesday? Ooh, that's what we like to see. Look at all those hands. Thank you all very much. So CLS, that's the acronym for Community Leadership Summit. A very important event. I think it's about 10 years old. It was started by John O'Bacon. John couldn't be here with us this year, but Guy Martin has taken over, and he's actually going to run things tomorrow. So that starts tomorrow morning. Check-in, our check-in registration desk starts at 9, opens at 9, and the event itself, live programming for CLS, will start at 10 a.m. So I encourage, it's a free event, won't cost you a thing. If you have not registered for that, and maybe you're learning about it right now for the first time, you can, I don't even know, we might have actually exceeded our cap on that, but if you really want to go and you're not able to register, find us, okay? We will make sure that you can go to that event. We will bump the cap up for you. Just let us know, okay? But for those of you that are already registered, thank you very much, and we will see you tomorrow. We've also got 4 extended workshops. Kent C. Dodds just came in. He's standing at the back of the room. He's actually delivering one of them tomorrow. Jay LaCroix is right here. I know you're delivering one. He was on our panel today. And then Ariel, you're delivering another one tomorrow, right? Tomorrow as well. A design workshop tomorrow as well with Django, a partner. Oh, hello. Hey, how are you? Very nice to see you. And then we've got one more. Jason Van Gumster is going to deliver Blender. For those of you, it's a 3D rendering, 3D animation software. Very, very popular. And he's going to give away a few books tomorrow as well. So that's the workshops. But do come back. And then Tuesday, Wednesday are traditional conference days. Let's give away a MacBook Pro. I know that's what you're waiting on. Nithya, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. I'm going to put you on spot. And I'm going to ask you to... hold on. Do you mind holding that?
Not at all.
Let's
just put my hand on a name, something like that.
Choose a number between 1 and 278.
Oh, gosh.
People that are actually here today.
Okay.
That actually checked in. So we were just under 300 for this event, which is great.
I'll go with 41.
41. Amr Hadi. Wow.
Ooh.
First try. Wow. We weren't joking when we said we were.
Wow. Congratulations. Yeah.
Yep. That's fantastic. Last year, the gentleman that we gave it to, I think he was in disbelief. He literally didn't think it was real. He's like, you're handing this to me. Yeah, we really are. So congratulations on that. But with that, any last words, Nithya?
No, it's been an incredible afternoon. I really thank you for spending your Sunday with us. It's not easy to leave your family and friends and come spend the time with us, but the talks were so insightful. Thank you to all of the speakers. You all did incredible, insightful talks today, and it was such a pleasure to moderate the panel and answer some of your questions. I hope it was useful for all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see you outside. Perfect.